Let's hope the second day of summer treats them better than the first. They got beat by the A's last night on a ball that almost got over the wall. Jason Bay got a triple. That's looking to view a victory tonight at Citi Field. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Oakland Athletics. Mets baseball is presented in HD by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. There is some heavy rain and thunder expected in the next few minutes here at Citi Field, so the tarp is out, and the start of the game will be delayed somewhat by rain, but we should be playing before too terribly long. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Keith Hernandez will join me on the broadcast. More in just a moment from Kevin Burkhardt down on the field. The Mets will play the middle game of a three-game series against the Oakland Athletics. And the Mets got some disheartening news today about their first baseman, Ike Davis, who's been out for 6 weeks with an ankle injury. Ike had an MRI today, and the MRI showed that his bone bruise is not healing and that he has some cartilage damage as well. The plan for Ike is for him to take the boot off his foot, to have him get some blood generated in that ankle over the next 3 weeks, and then see after 3 weeks whether he can start running. If not, then Ike might be facing microfracture surgery that would cost him the remainder of the season. Clearly, this is very bad medical news for the Mets. They are hopeful that Ike will be ready to start running in 3 weeks and maybe be able to play the last 2 months of the season, but that's by no means assured. Down on the field as part of the Xerox business of baseball, Kevin Burkhardt is standing by with Mets manager Terry Collins. Kevin?
Terry, Gary just telling the fans about the Ike Davis news, and your message to the players has been, listen, you're here, you can do this, and you go out and do your thing. Don't worry about who's not here. But when you have a setback, and the players obviously hear that setback, do you have to reiterate that message to them again?
Yeah, it's a recurring theme that you have to put on, because when we expected Ike to be back obviously 2-3 weeks ago, so we absorbed the 3 weeks away, and you kind of think, boy, at the end of 3 weeks, another 10 days or so, and you're looking at the All-Star break now. We know it's going to be a lot later than that, if it ever. So certainly it's another blow to us, another body blow that you got to take, but you got to pick yourself up and move forward.
I know you're the manager right now. You're worrying about wins, but the developmental side of you feel for him. I mean, he made such strides this year and having a great season, and then, right now it's looking bleak. Yeah,
it's crushing. I mean, and especially for Ike, because he was having a terrific year. I thought he was really going to make a statement and become one of the real true stars in the National League. And, hopefully, and I'm crossing my fingers that at the end of this 3 weeks that, he's able to resume some stuff. But it doesn't sound good to me, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Sure, your guys have been resilient, but with this news, I mean, how important is it to get something decent back on David Wright when he gets examined tomorrow?
Well, that's going to be a big step. I talked to David today, and he's feeling great, but we need some positive news here, and if we can send him out on Friday to St. Lucie to start the rehab process, to start him back in baseball, hoping that in 10 days or 2 weeks he's going to be ready to go, I think it'll be a big lift to us.
In the lineup tonight, you have Jason Bay batting cleanup. He's done some good things, a couple of multi-hit games. Was there one thing in particular that you saw, say, the last week that you said, all right, I think he's getting there?
Well, I thought yesterday's at-bats were really good. I thought his bat speed was good. I thought his balance at home plate was good. But, Kev, a lot of it has to do with, his presence behind Carlos Beltran against left-handed pitching. They're not giving Carlos much to hit right now, especially the left-handers. And with Jason Bay sitting there, I don't care if he's hitting 220 or not, he's still Jason Bay. And they've got something to deal with. And he's feeling good right now, and so I thought it'd be the time to move him up there.
Terry, we talked a lot coming off that 10-game road trip, good road trip, about carrying that over into the homestand. And it just hasn't been the same home cooking here last year as it was last year. What do you think makes for a home field advantage? How do you kind of turn this into a home field advantage and get that ball rolling here?
Well, the one thing you have to do is you've got to realize what it takes to play in this ballpark. And, we know it's a tough place to hit. The long ball is somewhat non-existent. But, the one thing I'm sure happened last year is your pitching dominated. I mean, and what we haven't done so far, we've pitched okay at times. But, you can't walk people in this ballpark, and that's what, unfortunately last night, that's what happened. We walked some guys. John Neese the other day, made mistakes and didn't have his good stuff and, got knocked around a little bit. And that's shocking here in Citi Field.
You have to remind your guys at all, especially with the walks last night, that hey, this is Citi Field. If you got to throw it down the middle, throw it down the middle.
Well, you know, obviously you want to make pitches, but, you know, if you're going to get beat in this park, you got to make him swing the bat. And Dylan knew that. He just was uncomfortable last night, and it's so uncharacteristic of him. He's been so good. And if there's one guy who knows how to make adjustments, it's him. He's done it his whole career. So, you know, it's a night we just got to throw away, and we need a game from RA tonight, and I think he'll give us that.
Sorry, listen, thanks for the insight right before game time. Good luck tonight, okay?
Thank you, Kevin.
That's the manager, Terry Collins. Guys, we'll be back. It'll be the Mets and the A's. Mets looking to even up this 3-game series at 1. R.A. Dickey on the mound when we come back.
Dodge, built for people who love cars to drive fast past people who don't care about cars at all. By Geico. By your Tri-State Ford dealers. By State Farm. Today's State Farm agent of the day is Gil Walton of the Bronx. Contact Gil's office at gilwalton.net. And by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. Voting is open for the 2011 All-Star Game in Phoenix. Help send your favorite Mets to this year's All-Star Game by voting up to 25 times at Mets.com. Cast your ballot now for your 2011 All-Stars. Vote often, vote today, vote Mets at Mets.com. Here's your Dunkin' Donuts around the majors from this afternoon. Jorge Posada had gone 126 at-bats without a home run. Hit one today as the Yankees beat the Reds 4-2 in the opener of a day-night doubleheader. Dan Uggla homered, so did Brian McCann, and Brandon Beachy, just off the disabled list, struck out 11 in 6 innings as the Braves beat the Blue Jays 5-1. David Price, 10 strikeouts in 8 innings. Elliott Johnson, a 3-run homer, and the Rays topped the Brewers 6-3 to take 2 out of 3 in that series. Well, we're in a rain delay. It has just started raining here at Citi Field. We'll be back when it's time to play the game, but right now, after this break, we're going to take you to an edition of Mets Yearbook from 1963. Oakland Athletics after a rain delay that will amount to a little over an hour. R.A. Dickey getting ready for his start tonight. The meeting underway at home plate. That's Terry Collins meeting with Joel Skinner, who's the bench coach for the A's, and Joel has always been a very big man.
Tall and lean. His father, of course, Bob Skinner. I played with Joel my last year in Cleveland. He was the backup catcher to Sandy Alomar Jr., believe it or not, back to 1990. How about that? There's Joel.
He is the bench coach for Bob Melvin, who took over as skipper of the A's a couple of weeks ago and has led the A's to a 7-4 record. In fact, they've won their last 6. And you see the gold jerseys that they're wearing tonight, which they also wore last night. They had never worn those before on the road. That's an alternate jersey for them. And after they won their last 5 before this road trip began, the players asked the equipment manager whether they could wear the gold jerseys on the road. And the equipment manager said, no, we're only supposed to wear them at home. So the equipment manager for the A's snuck the gold jerseys into town, and about 45 minutes before the game last night unveiled them, much to the delight of the players who wore them, and went out and won their 6th straight game.
So the clubhouse man must have tenure to get away with that. If he was told no.
Well, he was only, he was just trying to uphold company policy. And sometimes, you have to think outside the box.
Well, are baseball players a superstitious lot or what? What do you think?
You think? Well, I will say this. The gold jerseys with the gray pants don't go particularly well.
No.
But, if you're hot, you just don't care.
If they've got W's on them, then you'll wear them.
All right, Dickey walking in from the bullpen with his catcher Ronnie Polino and his pitching coach Dan Warthen. So he'll make the trek into the dugout and then get himself ready to go.
That could be John Wayne, Robert Mitchum, and Burt Lancaster. Tough along Cassidy. Go and put it down high noon. Gary Cooper.
New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Acela Express, where you can plug in and work or sit back and relax. Book now at Amtrak.com. Well, we had heavy rain for only about 15 or 20 minutes. A little bit of thunder accompanying it, not too terribly much. Tarp was on the field. Grounds crew did a great job getting it on before the rain started and getting it off with alacrity. It never ceases to amaze me when they dump the water off the tarp into the outfield, how quickly that water disappears here.
You remember in the old ballparks, and we'll just bring up Old Shea, and I say that affectionately, no drainage system. They have this radar now. They put the tarp on before the rain started, so the infield's clean and dry, and it just rains on the outfield. It would take an hour 15 minutes to get a field ready to start the game after a rain delay. And in today's new ballparks, with all the drainage they have underneath the outfield grass, they get the field ready in like 35 minutes. And we like that.
Oh, yes, we do. Anything that moves us closer to the starting time. There's the Ford A's starting lineup, the same starting 8 as last night for Bob Melvin, who had said before the series began that Hideki Matsui would start only 1 game in the outfield. After all, he hadn't started a game in the outfield all year. But a hit, 2 walks, and a sacrifice fly, and a couple of nice plays in left field later. Matsui's right back in the lineup in left field tonight. And there is Hideki Matsui, 37 years old. He said the fact that he's 1 home run shy of 500 for his combined career between Japan and the U.S. is not a big deal to him, but that if he's going to hit it, he'd like to hit it in New York because of all the fine times that he had in this city.
Well, he had a great career, wonderful years with the Yankees, MVP of the World Series, a ballpark suited for him. I mean, let's face it, the Yankees tailor their teams to that short right field porch. And you look at R.A. Dickey that comes out for his 15th start of the season, and it's been a tough slog for R.A. He got off to a sluggish start, then had a bit of tough luck. His last outing, he got roughed up a bit by the Braves. Gave up 6 runs, 4 earned, and 4 innings pitched. So he's looking to hopefully get this 4th win here. And the city Metropolitan defense, Mets, we told you earlier, around 3 weeks ago, we were saying how hard the time they were having turning double plays. Well, of late, they have been turning them, and a lot has to do, I believe, with Tejada doing the pivot at second base. Bay, of course, in left. Had a big night last night offensively. There's young Ruben.
Of course, the other reason you turn lots of double plays is because you're giving up more base runners. And after a great stretch of starting pitching that lasted nearly a month, this last time through the rotation has been a little bit more troubling. Dickey had that rough start in Atlanta. Both John Neese and Dylan G had difficult outings the last 2 games. And Terry Collins said today, look, we cannot win without good starting pitching. I mean, that with this team right now and the way they need to execute to scratch out runs without a whole lot of power, now exacerbated more with the news today about Ike Davis, they've got to get outstanding starting pitching.
Well, it looks like Ike could possibly miss the remainder of the season. It's a big, hard, tough blow in this ball club. Right now, at least 3 weeks. That would be a stretch, in my opinion.
Well, here's Jameel Weeks to lead things off for the A's. He's given them a nice spark since coming up from the minor leagues a couple of weeks ago. He's hitting .362. He was on base 3 times last night with a single and 2 walks. Stole a couple of bases. The A's have won 6 straight. They've been a poor offensive team most of the year, but Weeks has given them a nice boost at the top of the order. Dickey's first pitch of the night after a rain delay of 1 hour and 3 minutes is a fastball for a strike. Been doing that a lot lately. First pitch fastballs early in the game. Surprising hitters with that. And his first knuckleball in for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Well, it's starting to get muggy. A little humidity in the air now. We get into summer, the second day of summer, and that is beneficial for the knuckleball. The heavier air.
Oh, he gets Weeks with a knuckler. A hard one to strike out Weeks for the first down.
I believe he threw a gas attack. No, you're right, Gare. And that is as hard a knuckleball as I've seen him throw in a while.
81 miles an hour. That's out of last year's formula, and you see how that thing rattled around in the mid of Ronnie Polino.
I thought it was the more velocity that I'm used to seeing. I thought it was a fastball. Thank goodness for the instant replay.
Well, Dickey's pitching with an extra day of rest, and he threw only 4 innings in his last start in Atlanta. Cliff Pennington, the number 2 hitter, another switch hitter, and he hits the first pitch fastball deep to right center. Chasing back is Hairston, and he gets there in that deep gap to run it down.
Well,
welcome to Citi Field, Cliff Pennington.
That young man is the Death Valley out there, the Salton Sea.
Salton Sea?
Yes.
Very nice. Oh, good geographical reference. Mercedes-Benz Ultramo brought to you by your tri-state dealers on the web at searchmercedes.com. So 2 batters, 2 first pitch fastballs by Dickey, 2 very different results, and he gets 2 outs. Coco Crisp has a 9-game hitting streak, a 3rd straight switch hitter, but unlike the first 2, he's going to bat right-handed against Dickey, and we've seen this from a number of switch hitters who like to hit right-handed against right-handed knuckleballers, even though Crisp has hit for a higher average left-handed this year than right-handed.
I don't understand it, to be honest with you. Well, I wasn't a switch hitter, was I? I had no choice.
Well, you could have batted right-handed.
That would have been fun.
I mean, you remember when Billy Martin had Mike Pagliarulo bat right-handed?
Yes, I forgot about that.
Nobody ever asked you to do that.
And the reason for that was?
I have no idea. It was Billy being Billy.
What an insult, huh?
I think that Pags took it that way.
Yeah.
I don't think he was too pleased about it, if I recall correctly.
So I gather Billy and Pags didn't get along.
Well, Billy didn't get along with a lot of people,
no,
but he won wherever he went.
Yes, he did,
including Oakland, where he began what they dubbed Billy Ball, which meant a lot of stolen bases and a lot of complete games from his starters.
Right.
On the outside corner with a fastball, and it's 2-2. So Dickey throwing a number of fastballs early in the game with the Dickey Matsui on deck. This is not the first go-around for the A's against Dickey. Of course, he pitched in the American League West with Texas and with Seattle. This is his 8th career start against the A's. And it's yanked foul by Crisp, but still 2-2. Dickey had been pitching very well until that last start in Atlanta. In fact, his previous 5 starts, he had pitched to a 1.67 ERA, and that included the game in Chicago when he hurt his foot.
Well, look how up in front of the plate Crisp is, and that's because it's a knuckleballer. I never did that, and it didn't really matter, did it? Good knuckleball struck him out.
2 strikeouts in the opening inning for R.A. Dickey. Mets will come up against Gio Gonzalez in the bottom of the first. The Dickies come out with a good knuckleball tonight. No score in New York. To you by Geico. Scott Hairston getting the start in center field. Jason Bay coming off his big night last night, moved up to the cleanup spot against the left-hander. Lucas Duda, interestingly enough, starting at first base. Left-hand hitter against the left-hander, the only lefty in the lineup for the Mets tonight.
Well, Pagan has been struggling so much against the left-handers. I'm sorry, Gary, hitting a well on the interstate. And we'll take a look at Gio Gonzalez. Had a breakout year last year. Won 15 ball games with an ERA of 3.23. He came over in that Nick Swisher trade with the White Sox in 2008.
Reyes 0 for 5 last night and just 2 for 17 on this homestand. So really the first cool down for Reyes in a month and a half.
You know, he's only human. You know, it was a whale of a first 12 months of a season.
And he hits another ball in the air. This has been the pattern for Reyes over the last few days. Last night, 4 fly ball outs. And his first time up tonight as Sweeney grabs it 1 away.
We'll take a look at the Coors Light Athletics defense. They've allowed the most unearned runs, as you can see. There's not really too many outstanding gloves out there. Crisp in center field can cover a lot of ground.
You know, it's funny, they always talk about pitching and defense going together, but the A's have had the best pitching in the American League and just about the worst defense in the American League. Here's Justin Turner, 1 for 5 last night, and he hits the first pitch down the right field side foul. Turner has cooled down as well, 8 for his last 46. His average now at 275.
You know, it's ebbs and flows in the course of a season, and it's how you handle the valleys. As opposed to not getting too high, of course, on top of the mountaintop, but keeping it at an even keel. You're going to have your ups and downs in the course of a season.
But I think it's particularly interesting with a player like Turner, who is new to the league and got off to a good start. And you can say the same about Ruben Tejada. And now all of a sudden pitchers start getting a book on them and read them. And the question is, how do they then respond?
Well, I still think Turner's a threat, and he's swinging the bat good. I like his swing. You know, you just can't maintain a hot streak forever.
And Gonzalez catches the inside corner, strike 3, and Turner down for the second out.
Well, how about that for a big old curveball? This is a nice little 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock curve right here. There's the grip. Nice breaking pitch.
Gio Gonzalez, 25 years old, from Hialeah, Florida. He was a #1 draft pick by the White Sox in '04, and he has really come into his own. Here's Carlos Beltran with 2 out and nobody on. Carlos was 0 for 4 last night.
25 years of age, Gonzalez. Came up in '08. Had 10 appearances, 7 starts, and was 1-4 with a ERA over 7.
Hit hard. Oh, great diving stop by Sizemore, and he throws out Beltran to retire the side. Scott Sizemore on a bullet, somehow making the step and the dive. That's the way they teach you in grade school.
What did I say about their defense? Sorry, grabbing step.
Students with a valid school ID can enjoy a Mets game with their fellow classmates at Citi Field. For more information, visit Mets.com. Second inning with no score. Hideki Matsui leads off against R.A. Dickey. Matsui 1 for 2 last night, an RBI, a couple of walks, sacrifice fly. Hitting at .225 with 6 home runs, and he takes that slow knuckleball down for ball 1.
Well, it really was a game last night that the Mets kind of gave away. They walked 9 batters. Dylan G uncharacteristically walked 6 in 4 innings.
It was very interesting listening to Terry Collins' assessment of G last night, and he talked about it more today as well, that he felt as though when G's fastball was missing consistently, that Dylan should have thrown his curveball, which he only threw twice the entire game.
Right.
And Dylan's rationale was, if I can't control my fastball, how am I going to control my curveball? And Terry said, well, if you're a pitcher who needs all of his pitches to succeed, then you need to try whatever you can. I mean, if you're going to be 1-0, you might as well be 1-0 with your curveball if your fastball's not, not in command for strikes.
Now, to me, that is a big view, in a big window into the mindset of G. He obviously feels that way, and that's all the learning process, where you've got a manager or a pitching coach that says, hey, try this, and it may not compute in the brain at first, but it's something that maybe G will think next time out, and next time he has a bad outing when he can't command his fastball, maybe he'll try it. That's all the learning process.
Yeah, Terry had a talk with G today, and they came to an understanding about that. G's reaction, he cut off all his hair. He decided to just shave his hair down to the nub, as you can kind of see out of the back of his cap there.
You're going to wash that bad outing right out of your hair.
Something like that. It's like an anti-Samson moment.
Mary Martin special.
3-2 to Matsui. Now, G's next start, interestingly enough, is going to be in Texas. Man, he grew up only a half hour away from the ballpark in Arlington and used to go there as a kid. In fact, he was in attendance for Nolan Ryan's 7th no-hitter, which I think was in the old ballpark, right, the Arlington Stadium. In any event, he's going to be pitching in front of a lot of family and friends on Sunday. Hideki Matsui works out a walk, and he's the first base runner of the game. So whatever it was that bedeviled Chi last night, he will be wanting to get it back in gear with all of his people watching on Sunday. Here's Connor Jackson, 1 for 3, couple of RBIs last night.
I just wonder if his start prior in Atlanta, Gare, that rain delayed game when he had the 4-run lead and had to leave early, kind of maybe disrupted him.
Well, he said he felt a little strong last night, and that might have had something to do with the lack of control. But Met pitchers wound up walking 9 in that game. Dickey walked 6, and the bullpen contributed 3. It's the 6th time this year, or the 9th time this year, they've walked 6 or more. But the last time before last night was May 1st. Remember, back early in the season, the Mets were walking the world. Jackson hits it out to center, and Hairston is there.
Well, they always say the baseball term is that walks kill. Of the 7 runs the Athletics scored in last night's ball game, 5 was issued. 5 scored by the walk. They got on base by the walk.
So 1 out and 1 on. Here's Ryan Sweeney. Sweeney, the right fielder, went 4 for 5 last night. He's a big kid. He's 6'4", 215 pounds, and he doesn't hit home runs at all. In fact,
he hasn't got one.
Going back to last year, he's gone 324 at bats without a home run. It's like Dave Magadan. Magadan was 6'4",
but he was skinny.
Skinny.
Dave wasn't 200 pounds, was he?
Maybe 200. Good hitter, though.
He could hit. Couldn't run.
No.
Couldn't throw. But he can swing.
And when you guys clinched in 1986, who started at first base that day?
I was so sick with the flu.
Out to center field, chasing Hairston back a few strides. And he loses it, and it drops. He lost the ball in the lights or the twilight, and it falls in. Well, Hairston had huge problems in the outfield very early in the season, and another problem befalls him here.
He lost it.
Yep.
Oh, wow. So that's got to be that's a very gratuitous hit right there.
That's a hit.
Fortuitous would be a better word.
So it's the first hit of the game, and the A's have 2 men on for Kurt Suzuki.
What gift wrapped hit.
Suzuki, the catcher, 0 for 4 last night. 2 for his last 25, hitting a .226. And he takes the knuckleball for a strike.
He had a tough night last night. Well, here's the sky.
I mean, I don't think he could have lost it in the lights because there are no lights at that angle. It has to be just the twilight. I mean, we saw that happen in Atlanta a couple of times on the last road trip. That's a notorious place where guys lose the ball in the twilight because there are no outfield lights there. But here, there are. There are no dark spots out there.
How about the Padres going into Boston and beating him again?
Rain shortened game this afternoon. It beat him 5-1. Back to Dickey. He's got a double play chance. To Reyes for 1 and on to first for the 1-6-3 double play. Nicely handled by Dickey, whose foot is feeling a lot better these days. No score. All Mets games on SNY are available in HD, presented by IOTV, and you can listen to every Mets game on Sports Radio 66 WFAN. Day game tomorrow with Chris Capuano on the mound. Then the Mets head to Texas for 3 and Detroit for 3 before coming home to play the Yankees. A brief stop at home before they go to LA and San Francisco, leading to the All-Star break. Jason Bay leads off in the home second inning. Last night, Jason's power came back.
Well, this was a rocket launcher. It was off the facing up there in that second deck.
And then he almost had a second home run that was knocked back into the ballpark by Coco Crisp. Jackson fumbles it. Gonzalez reaches and makes a tremendous play to retire Bay. What an athletic play by Gio Gonzalez to reach back for that throw and go sliding into the bag.
Well, he's lucky he didn't get hurt here. Big clank by Jackson here. There's the clank. And a poor shovel pass, and that is just a terrific play. He could have been trampled. He could have been just trampled.
As it is, his right foot hit that bag pretty hard.
Nice.
That's a splendid play by Gonzalez after Jackson put him in severe jeopardy, but he appears to be okay. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Scott Hairston. Last time Hairston started last Thursday in Atlanta, he had a 3-run game-tying home run. 0 for 1 in this series. Appeared as a pinch hitter last night. Gonzalez fires a fastball for a strike. 93 from Gio Gonzalez, who will sometimes get it up to 95. With that and that good curveball. Doesn't throw a lot else. Every once in a while he'll mix in a changeup.
Oh, he pitches inside too. The game hasn't changed, has it? Now we don't have those numbers, those 175-pound 8-hitters hitting opposite field broken bat home runs anymore. Pitchers can throw inside with confidence.
2 strikes to Hairston. Gio Gonzalez started out in the White Sox organization. He's been involved in 3 different trades involving pretty big name players. The White Sox sent him to Philadelphia in the deal that brought Jim Thome from the Phillies to the White Sox, and then the next year the White Sox got him back in a deal for Freddie Garcia. And then the White Sox wound up trading him to Oakland in 08 with a couple of other players to get Nick Swisher. So he's been trade bait on 3 separate occasions when he was a prospect. Now he's going nowhere. The A's are very happy with what they've got in Gonzalez, who came into the night 7th in the American League in ERA at 2.69. One of a cadre of talented young starters for Oakland. Now some of those starters are hurt right now, including Brett Anderson, the lefty, who may be the best of them all. But they've got Trevor Cahill, whom the Mets are missing in this series. Tyson Ross, who's also on the disabled list, who they like a lot. If you have a stable of good young pitchers, you got a chance. Check swing. Did Hairston go? No, he held in time. Building Colbreth with the call, and it's 3-2.
Hairston out in front of the plate. Look at his front foot. He's one of those guys that's way in front of the plate.
3-2 from Gonzalez, and Hairston hits one down the left field line, right toward the corner. That ball is a fair ball, right into the corner. And Hairston slides in safely with a 2-base hit. Hairston able to keep it straight as a string, fair, right down the line.
Well, Matsui, who covered everything in last night's ball game, couldn't get to that one. A lot of hang time on that double. Was playing him way over in the gap. Plays it nicely off the wall.
Well, the Mets have their first hit of the night after having had a couple of fine defensive plays made against them.
Take a look at the IOTV pitch differential. Where's the catcher want it? Inside and down. He got it belt high and in more than he off the plate, but Hairston's a high ball hitter.
Nice job keeping that ball fair. Here's Polino taking outside. Ronnie 0 for 3 last night, starting for the 5th time in the last 6 games. Polino, especially with the Mets facing a spate of lefties, has got far more playing time than Josh Thole lately. Mets will face 2 lefties in Texas as well. Hairston easily back. They get a right-hander tomorrow, the rookie Graham Godfrey for Oakland, and then Matt Harrison, a lefty, goes against him Friday, and Derek Holland, a lefty, against him on Sunday. We'll see plenty more of Polino. Fastball away, and now Gonzalez behind 2-0. Gonzalez will walk people. In fact, he's tied for 2nd in the American League in walks, averaging 4.3 walks per 9 innings. That's a lot for a guy with that good an ERA.
There's Ike.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ike is a very calm guy, and he was really able to hold his emotions in today with the bad news that he got. But he said that he knew something was wrong. He said he could tell that his ankle wasn't getting any better. He said it's fine to walk, but when he goes up on his toes, or if he tried to jump, he said it hurts so much. Here's a 3-0 Polino, and it's a strike, 3-1. So he knew even before he had the MRI that something was going on. It turned out that the bruise was not healing, and that they found cartilage issues as well. So now it's just another waiting game for him. He'll take the boot off for 3 weeks, and at the end of that time, they'll test it out, see where he is. Polino hits it toward the hole. Pennington with a nice diving grab, but he has no play. Smartly came up thinking about third base, but could not make the transfer cleanly.
Well, Hairston does a base running blunder right there. He could have been thrown out with a clean pick.
It's an infield hit for Polino, and the Mets have runners at the corners with 1 out. So the Mets are going to be going for the long term at first base without Ike Davis, and that means Lucas Duda will get more opportunities along with Daniel Murphy. Mets really don't have a right-handed option at first base. They had Nick Evans up for a while. They could play, you know, a Scott Hairston or somebody like that at first.
Well, when they called Duda back up, he was on a red-hot tear down in Buffalo in AAA, and he just hasn't been able to play every day. And now he might get an opportunity to maybe find that groove.
Well, he's had only 4 at-bats against left-handed pitching this year, and that's looking sunset after all the rain. Gosh, that's pretty.
It's like a scene of Atlanta and Gone with the Wind. It was ablaze.
Well, Murphy really had a tough night last night, so Duda getting the start today even against the left-hander. Ball and a strike.
Well, there's such upside with Duda. Big, strong kid, and the Mets, I think, just kind of want to give him a little, trying to nudge him to get going. And he's a big, strong young man.
Trying to get Hairston in from third with the first run of the game. And the breaking ball is down. 2-1. Gonzalez thought he should have gotten a call on that curveball. His last start, he struck out 10 against Kansas City, walking only 2 in 6 innings. But his previous 3 starts, he struggled. 2 starts back, he walked 7. So he's prone to that every now and again. Duda hits a sharply base hit, and that brings home the game's first run. Hairston is in on the RBI single by Duda. 3 straight hits for the Mets. 1-0 New York. So Duda drives in his 5th run of the year against the left-hander, his first hit against the lefty.
They want a fastball in, and it's right down the outer half and up, and Duda stays in and rips it.
trip to the mound for Ronald Maddock, the pitching coach. There's your Toyota text ball for tonight with the injury to Ike Davis. Who should be the Mets' regular first baseman? A for Murphy, B for Duda, or C for a combination. It wouldn't be a platoon since they're both lefties. Text 57508 or visit sny.tv to cast your opinion. And don't say Keith because he's not available.
No. Please, I pulled my hamstring. I tore my calf and quad. I got bad ankles. I got knee surgery once. Leave me alone.
It was that Demon Cleveland uniform. Here's Ruben Tejada, 0 for 1 last night. He drove in a run with a sac fly. And he foul tips one on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Tejada just 2 hits in his last 20 at bats, sitting at 280 on the year. Two on and 1 out. And Tejada fouls back the fastball. Nothing but heat from Gonzalez, and it's 0-2. Let's see what Ruben's done lately. He was well over 300 for a while, but he has cooled down significantly. By the way, we got the medical word on Ike Davis today. We should know more about David Wright tomorrow. He's supposed to see the doctor, have a CAT scan on his back.
I'm almost afraid to go to that one. I won't. I'm not working tomorrow.
On the inside corner, and Tejada's down looking. 3 straight fastballs, and he is out of there. Second strikeout for Gio Gonzalez. 2 out of the inning.
Well, this is what we've been seeing. There you see it's a 2-seam fastball. Straight as a string, meant to go on the inside corner with some mustard on it and paint.
Well, that's been the game plan lately for the opposition against Tejada. Here's R.A. Dickey with 2 out and 2 on. Just 1 hit in 23 at bats for R.A. this year. And he takes up and away for ball 1. By the way, just to wrap up the Ike Davis story, he is going to go for a second opinion. Isn't sure exactly who he's going to see, just to confirm the latest diagnosis.
Second opinions were not something that was available to players for a very long time. It was something that was negotiated by Marvin Miller and the Players Union, because Miller always felt there could be a conflict of interest with the team doctor under the employee of the team, and the player should have a right to see an outside specialist. And I agree 100%.
But I'll tell you how things have evolved. That Ike is going to be talking with Sandy Alderson, who's going to help him find the doctor for the second opinion. So,
but it's up to the player who he goes to.
2-2 now to Dickey. The player in those days could go to the doctor on his own, then he'd have to pay for it.
You go to the doctor on your own and say, well, my doctor says I've got this and I shouldn't play. And then next in those days, oh, really? How about this plane flight bus ticket back to Buffalo?
Of course, it depended who you were, too.
Yes, precisely.
Paulino at second, Duda at first with 2 down. Gio Gonzalez has given up a run. He also made a tremendous defensive play. Otherwise, his mess could be bigger here in the second. 2-2 to Dickey, and he lifts one foul. R.A. had a really good hitting season last year, but not this year. And he's had plenty of company. The Mets pitchers have contributed very little offensively, whether with the swing or with the bunt. Although I will point this out, because the other day when Chris Capuano came up in a bunting situation, I referred to him as the Mets' best bunting pitcher, and R.A. wasn't pleased that I said that.
I know.
He said, you know, check the numbers. And he's right. He's tied for the club lead in sacrifices with John Neese. Not a bunting spot here. A swinging spot, and he goes down to end the inning. Third strikeout for Gio Gonzalez. The Mets played the first run of the game on Duda's RBI single. Dickey will go back to what he does best, to the mound. 1-0 New York. we revisit the 1973 World Series. Tom Terrific got an early 2-0 lead, helped out by Wayne Garrett, who led off the first inning with a home run against Catfish Hunter. Bert Campanaris got the big hit in the 11th inning off Harry Parker to put the A's in front. And they won 3-2 to go up 2-1. Here in 2011, Lucas Duda trying to make the tag. A little bit too late as Justin Turner, who's been struggling with his throws, makes another poor one, and Jameel Weeks is safe at first.
This is going to be a throwing error, and it's his third throwing error at third base, and we've mentioned he's not a third baseman.
Should say Scott Sizemore leading off in the third. And Sizemore gets to the bag right before the tag.
They have yet to rule on that.
They say it's an error.
Okay.
I believe that's 4 errors in Turner's last 5 games. So Gio Gonzalez is up there to bunt. And he pushes one. Dickey off the mound, thinks about second, but takes the out at first. So Gonzalez has a sacrifice, 1-4, moving Sizemore to second.
Well, he had a shot at second, but you know, it's a little bit. There he is. If he comes up throwing, yes. A little bit indecision.
And I think also, you know, while his foot is feeling a lot better, that hard plant and throw might still be difficult for him.
Absolutely. Yep. I agree.
So now Jameel Weeks will come to bat with the tying run at second and 1 out. Weeks struck out to open the ball game. 1-0 New York. We're in the third. There is game 3 of the 1973 World Series. Seaver pitched well, struck out 12 in 8 innings, but gave up that 2-0 lead. And the A's rallied to win it in the 11th off Harry Parker.
The winning pitcher was not Lynn Bald, it was Lynn Blad.
Yeah, well,
I was an old Oakland fan.
He had a couple of little pitches there.
They had a great bullpen, Oakland.
Well, Darrell Knowles was the star of that series. He appeared in all 7 games. First man ever to do that.
And Raleigh Fingers, Paul Lindblad, Darrell Knowles, as you said. Lindblad was a left-hander, so it was 2 lefties out of the pen. And they had another good right-hander. They were solid. What a pitching staff that Oakland team had.
They used Blue Moon Odom in relief in that series.
That's right.
One and 1 to Jameel Weeks, and the knuckler floats inside. 2-1.
Oh, Horatio Pena.
Horatio Pena used to be with the Tigers,
and gosh, Chuck Dobson was hurt that year. They had Blue Moon, Dave Hamilton, Vida Blue had the great year. Ken
Holtzman, the Mets knocked out in the first inning in game 4.
Holtzman had wicked stuff. That's the game that Rusty had the big game, wasn't it?
Oh, Rusty had a great series.
And that Rusty, remember, he hurt his shoulder in the playoff.
In the Red Series, and then he had to throw underhand from the outfield.
And it wound up costing him.
Okay. 3-1 now to Weeks with a runner at second and 1 out. And that's on the outside corner of fastball. 3-2. And Rusty in game 4 went 4 for 4 with 5 RBIs.
Right in the corner. I remember as a teenager and watching that series. I would have been, gosh, I was 19 years old. My goodness.
3-2, and Weeks bounced it foul.
You never saw the game of the weeks. It was only the game of the weeks then. You never saw the Mets that much on game of the week. So it was really the first time I saw Shea Stadium and the fans coming off of the 7 train. And I got the biggest kick out of watching the fans pulling off the train, coming over the L over the right field fence.
Did you see me?
Well,
I was there. Every game that postseason against the Reds and the A's. 15 years old. Grounded behind the bag and foul. I have to tell you, the 73 series, the Mets had the middle 3 games at home, and they were all night games. It's the coldest I've ever been in a baseball stadium. It was just frigid.
Colder than when we played Boston? Boston was cold in that World Series.
8th pitch of the at-bat coming to Weeks. And Dickey throws a fastball in for a call, strike 3. Weeks thought it was low. Alan Porter said no. Borderline's the second out.
Borderline knee right there. He got the call. could have gone either way. Fastball. Let's see. That's a strike.
Too close to take, certainly.
Yep, that's right down the middle. What are you looking for?
A walk.
Want it delivered?
Alan Porter, young home plate umpire. Here's Cliff Pennington, who flying to center his first time up. And he takes the knuckleball low. By the way, I can understand why you said Ken Holtzman was so nasty. You were 0 for 10 against him. You weren't 0 for 10 against anybody.
I was young, and it didn't matter. I mean, he turned his back to you, turned his head. Remember, he had the big old hook, and he threw a hard sinker in. He could throw it for a strike. It was like he and Rudy May. And he was with the Cubbies when I faced him.
He later played for the Yankees. 3-0 now to Pennington, with Coco Crisp on deck. Fastball for a strike. 3-1.
Jim Cott told me the story of Holtzman. I forget who the pitching coach was back then. I don't know who was managing him, whether it was Billy Martin. They didn't like each other. Probably was Billy. I cannot quote me on that. And he was struggling, and Martin sent out his pitching coach and told him to throw all fastballs, so Holtzman threw all curves. On purpose, and then Martin went out and told him, and he said he went right into this, didn't shower, got in his car, and left the ballpark in uniform.
Those were the days. 3-2, struck him out. Good knuckleball to get Pennington. So back-to-back strikeouts for Dickey to work around an error in the third. Mets at the top of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the third inning. Mets with a 1-0 lead, and Kevin Burkhardt is standing by downstairs with tomorrow's starter, Chris Capuano.
Yeah, Chris, you know, you've been terrific since that start at Yankee Stadium. And did something click since that, or is there something you think you're doing better since that start?
Well, I think, you know, I was disappointed after that start, obviously, giving up all those home runs. And I think I had gotten pretty wrapped up in my scouting reports. And I'm still doing the same preparation before the games, but just focusing a lot more now on just, you know, locating pitches and making pitches rather than focusing on a hitter's weaknesses as much.
Your velocity has gotten better and better as the season's gone on. Is this pretty much what you expected? I mean, you're throwing your fastball in the 90s now.
Well, I mean, you know, I wasn't expecting anything, but you know, I got on this long toss program last year when I got a chance to work with Rick Peterson in Milwaukee, and I've just been staying on it, and I think that long toss combining with knowing when to take a rest as well between starts has helped my arm feel stronger.
You incorporated the cutter. We actually talked about that when we focused on you between starts a couple weeks ago. What has that done to you, and how has that helped you?
Well, it's given me another option, and you know, anytime you can you know, decrease the percentages of the hitter guessing what's coming, you know, you're going to have more success, I think. So, you know, for me, having that cutter that I'm able to throw at 85, 86 miles an hour, you know, has just enough movement to hopefully get off the barrel of the bat, and just, you know, gives me another look to throw at the hitters.
I know Terry hasn't been pleased, particularly with the staff's bunting, and this is a pretty good group of bunters. So what has been going on the last couple of days of practicing that?
Well, we always work on it, but you know, Terry probably throws the best BP out of any of the coaches we have. He throws really hard and has good location. So he's been actually standing in front of the L screen, you know, maybe 20 feet away from us, and just firing balls at us, and we're having to react. And you know, our problem hasn't been so much our bunting technique as it has been selecting a good pitch to bunt. So he's just trying to decrease the reaction time and make us recognize, you know, hey, if it's a ball, pull back, make sure you get yourself a good strike to bunt.
Is that helpful? Because, you know, normally it's totally different. Normally you're kind of getting the soft tosses behind the L screen. Do you think that helps?
Absolutely. I mean, anytime you can simulate, you know, game speed, it's going to make you better. So I think it definitely helps.
One out here in the bottom of the third as we talked to Chris Capuano. Chris, one more, and now you're going to go and get ready for your start tomorrow. But as far as preparation today, everything you do, what are some of the things? Can you take us through today for you? From starting here to the pregame meal and, you know, until now, what are some of the things that you do to prepare physically and mentally for tomorrow?
Well, today is probably, you know, one of a pitcher's favorite days. It's your day before you start, so most of your grueling physical activity is done in the first couple days after your start. So today is just light catch. You know, you do some sprints in the outfield just to kind of, you know, get your muscles fired up. Other than that, you go home, try to get a good meal and get a good rest and get ready for tomorrow. Might watch a little video here today, and but other than that, today is kind of the easy day. It's you know, today and tomorrow are my two favorite days.
Well, we'll let you go home and get some rest with the day game tomorrow. Chris, good talking to you, and good luck tomorrow on the mound, okay?
Thank you.
Chris Capuano, guys, has been terrific. Get the chance tomorrow. Let's go back up to you.
All right, thanks, Kevin, and thanks to Chris for doing the interview. And I'm sure Chris will be raring and ready to go tomorrow for a starting staff that just recently has had a few stumbles.
It kind of gives you an insight, you fans out there, into the his routine, what kind of person Capuano is. Very regimented.
Turner pops one up, and Jamil Weeks going out to call. So Gonzalez retires the first two here in the third inning.
I've never heard the screen, the pitcher's screen, called an L screen before.
Really?
I've never heard that.
Huh. Well, it's shaped like a...
Right, and I understand completely. It was a pitcher's screen, pitching screen. That's all it was with us. Oh, jeez.
Of course, if you stand on the other side of it, it looks like a backwards L.
Very technical.
Here's Beltran, who was flat out robbed of a hit his first time up, hit a bullet between third and short. Scott Sizemore made a terrific play. Easier play this time for Cliff Pennington. And it's an easy inning for Gio Gonzalez as he sets the Mets down 1-2-3. 3 in the books now at Citi Field, 1-0 New York. It's a series finale plus up to the minute New York sports news with live reports and insider info in the wheelhouse, presented by Pepsi, part of the New York Sports Local, tomorrow at 5:30 on SNY. Coco Crisp leads off the fourth inning. Struck out his first time up. The veteran Crisp, now 31 years old. Started out in the Cardinals organization. First came up with the Indians. Had some good time with the Red Sox. Been around. The knuckler outside to Crisp, 1-1. Hideki Matsui on deck, and then Connor Jackson. Dickey's given up only one hit, and that should not have been a fly ball that Scott Harrison appeared to lose in the twilight. So it's been a much sharper night so far for Dickey than his last start in Atlanta, when he gave up 6 hits and walked 3 in just 4 innings. Down to third, and Justin Turner throws out Crisp, one away. Well, Dickey throwing a lot of fastballs tonight, gets an out with that one. Tonight's Twisted but True Fact is brought to you by Twisted Tea, hard iced tea. In 2000, Rickey Henderson had no extra base hits in a month and a half with the Mets, then homered in his first at bat with Seattle. Rickey spent only 6 weeks with the Mets in 2000. He was the greatest leadoff hitter of all time.
Yes, he was.
And it's not even close. Because in addition to the fact that, you know, he stole 130 bases and walked 100 times and had an on-base percentage over 400 every year, he had home runs too.
Yes. He's a great player.
I mean, there were times when Rickey felt like playing more than others. There were certainly plenty of times when he showed style over substance. But that aside, what a great player. Matsui gets tied up and takes a strike, 1-2.
I'm just trying to think in the National League, any outfielder that's remotely close to how good Rickey was. I'm trying to think.
Or leadoff hitter. How about that? I mean, is there anybody ever?
Nope. That's what happens when you expand 4 teams.
And a fastball, strike 3 call. Actually, no, that was the hard knuckleball.
Yes, it was.
He's thrown a couple of those tonight that really had almost fastball velocity. No,
that's a knuckleball.
Yeah,
it goes to watch it drop. A little bit. Yep.
Well, Bob Melvin doesn't like it. Bob's thinking, I would have rather had Dickey on my side. Remember, he was a candidate for the Mets manager's job in the offseason. That's a good view on the Mercedes-Benz Ultramo. Here's Connor Jackson, and he takes a knuckler inside. Jackson fly to center his first time up. Past the mound, and Reyes comes in to grab and throws out the slow-footed Jackson to end the inning. Dickey getting in a groove. He's retired 6 in a row, working with a 1-0 lead. Jason Bay leads off the home 4th inning against Gio Gonzalez. Mets with a 1-0 lead. Bay is 0 for 1. He was retired when Connor Jackson muffed his ground ball, but Gio Gonzalez made a tremendous athletic play to catch Jackson's throw behind him. Reached back, grabbed it, and slid into first to get the out. And Bay takes a strike 0-2. Interesting that after the one big day, Terry Collins boosts Bay back into the cleanup spot tonight. He had been picking up some base hits of late, but finally got off the power schneid last night. He had gone 89 at bats without an extra base hit before his home run. And he goes down swinging here. 4th strikeout for Gio Gonzalez. He's now retired 6 straight.
Fastball away right here, right on the outside corner. And we'll take a look at the hack here. Out in front, reaching for it.
Now Scott Hairston, who doubled down the left field line and scored the only run of this game in the second. Mets bunched 3 straight hits to score a run in the second. Speaking of bunching hits, did you see what the Twins did last night?
Yes.
The first 8 batters of the game got hits off Madison Bumgarner at San Francisco.
Wasn't there some record of something that hadn't been done in how many years?
They tied the major league record for most consecutive hits to start the game. All they needed was their pitcher, who hadn't hit all year, to get a hit, but he struck out. But the Twins are one of the incredible stories this month. You know, while we chronicled the plunge of the Florida Marlins, who are 2-19 in the month, the Twins have gone the other way. Hairston hits it sharply and picked out of the air by Sizemore for the second out. The Twins on June 1st were 16.5 games out of first place as you watch that play by Sizemore. 16.5 out. You figure you're buried. Nobody's ever come back from that far down. Well, in 3 weeks, they've made up 10 games in the standings.
So they're back on the hunt.
They're now 6.5 out. They've gone 15-2 since June the 1st.
Well, they need to stay hot to the All-Star break.
And they did it, a large portion of that, with Joe Mauer and Justin Morneau on the sidelines. Paulino hits one out to right center field. He's got himself a base hit. Sweeney able to cut it off, and he holds Paulino to a 2-out single. So Ronnie's 2 for 2. Cleveland opened up a huge lead early, then they went into a slump. Detroit caught them, but the Indians are back in front at least for the moment. The Tigers won this afternoon. The Indians in action right now against Colorado and up 4-3 in the 7th.
And the Mets will be visiting Detroit to play those Tigres after they play the Rangers.
Here's Lucas Duda, who drove in the only run of this game with a sharp single to right. Don't worry, everything's okay. It's just a minor disaster. Are you all right?
It was a bee, and I'm just terrified. It flew right in my face, scared the heck out of me.
I didn't know we had bees at Citi Field. I hadn't seen one
landed
before.
right here, and I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and then it went right here, and that I went to, and I knocked my headset off. It scared the heck out of me. I have a fear. I have a phobia. I'm phobic to bees, whatever that is, whatever the word is for that.
By the way, do you have any idea how that sounded on the air? It sounded like the whole set was crashing down.
What's a bee doing out late at night? It's dark. Boy, terrified. That's scary. I've always been afraid of bees. And then wasps. Just do the game. I'm all shook up.
3-1 to Duda.
We need to go to break here.
How would he have fared against the Houston Astros when they had Biggio and Bagwell and Berkman, the killer bees? Wow. I never knew this about you. It's like your kryptonite. Three and one, and Duda pops one up. Shallow left, and Matsui in. Right into that sidewall, and he comes away with the ball. It has been incredible watching Hideki Matsui in this series. He had not played the outfield all year long, made a couple of nice plays last night, and this time takes one away from a fan who was trying to catch it with his hat. Your Home Depot doing more on defense. Hideki Matsui
Ending the fourth inning, it's 1-0 Mets.
Allowed just one hit, and a strange looking hit it was to Ryan Sweeney, who leads off in the fifth inning. He had a fly ball. It looked like a routine play in center field for Scott Hairston, who lost it in the twilight for the only Oakland hit of this game. And the knuckleball misses for ball one. That hit looms large the longer Dickey goes without giving up another hit.
I was just thinking the same thing. Suppose it holds up.
Nothing you can do.
Oh,
I mean, you know, no hit bids get lost in all sorts of different fashion. You remember the John Maine effort against the Marlins the second to last day of 07. A little infield dribbler by Paul Hoover in the eighth inning broke it up. David Cone lost a no-hitter at Shea Stadium on almost an identical hit against Benny DiStefano back in the early 90s. Check swing, and did he go? He did. Adrian Johnson with the call. Sweeney is struck out. One down in the fifth. That's 6 strikeouts now for R.A. Dickey.
it's the hard one inside. He's got it working tonight.
So 1 out and nobody on. Let's check in with Kevin.
Well, guys, Mets fans plenty familiar with Josh Willingham. He of the Marlins and Nationals has plenty of home runs against the Mets. Not playing for the A's in this series. He's got an Achilles injury that's bothering him. But, you know, I was talking to him about the tornadoes that ripped through Tuscaloosa in Alabama. He's an Alabama guy. He lives 20 miles away from there. And, you know, he has a Josh Willingham Foundation. Started it about 3 years ago. And it was for basically underprivileged kids in Alabama. But after the tornado, he changed the focus of it towards this tornado and its victims. And he said he went around Major League Baseball to a lot of his friends, and players donated upwards of $40,000 that was, you know, used for food and supplies. This one is ripped to deep left field, and this one is gone. And we are tied at 1. Kurt Suzuki with a solo home run.
So Suzuki, who had been struggling with the bat, just 2 for his last 26. It's his 5th home run of the season. And he ties the game at 1.
Well, he has been struggling and hitting the 2 double plays so far in this series. And there he got a knuckleball up, middle end that didn't break.
Scott Sizemore takes the strike. Let's go back to Kevin.
I was just talking about the tornadoes in Willingham. Anyway, got all those donations from around Major League Baseball, and he had already started the season, but his wife Ginger was heavily involved, donating and delivering supplies and going down there to try and help. He said she was forever changed by meeting the victims of this. It'll never be the same for her. He said the pictures, guys, just don't do it justice. It was just horrible. But Josh trying to help. Take it away.
One of so many natural disasters that has struck this year, between tornadoes and floods and all manner of horrible events. Down the right field line off the bat of Sizemore and just fouled.
It's always that spring weather that brings all that rash of weather, and that ball just slices foul.
Even today, you have people having to evacuate Minot, North Dakota, because the river in that town is flooding. 10,000 people evacuated.
So you had lots of snow up there. You get that Gulf Stream, the hot air going up from the Gulf, and it hits the cold front, and that's nothing but trouble. I lived in the Midwest.
Sizemore takes a call, third strike. Fastball from Dickey gets him looking. 7 strikeouts for Dickey, 2 out of the inning. Kevin, I understand you've got some news for folks who might want to win something on Twitter.
Well, we're doing day 2 of our little Twitter contest, Gary. A chance to win another McFadden's gift card tonight. You have to follow at SNYTV. There'll be a question a little bit later on in the game. You're the first to respond. You've got yourself the McFadden's gift card. So get on Twitter, get on SNYTV, and you're good to go.
Gio Gonzalez fouls one off. I'm sorry, I was just tweeting. No, I'm only kidding. Gonzalez looking for his first big league hit. He's 0 for 6 in his career. Sacrificed his first time up tonight. And takes a rip at the knuckleball, and it's 0-2.
Phillies jumped out, three runs, 3-0 in the 5th.
Rollins and Howard with home runs off Kyle Loesch. Cliff Lee pitching tonight. Dickey off the mound. Throws out his opposite number to end the inning. But the A's get even on Kurt Suzuki's 5th home run of the year. Halfway through, tied at 1.
Signals the return of the champion of underdog causes. Deactivated after his successive errors in Game 2, Mike Andrews is now reinstated. His appearance in a pitch hitting role gives the Shea Stadium crowd an opportunity to voice its opinion.
In some ways, that was the most memorable moment of the entire series. 54,000 people at Shea Stadium giving a standing ovation to the Oakland A's second baseman Mike Andrews, coming back after he'd been fired in the middle of the series by Charlie Finley. Game 4 dominated by John Matlack, who pitched 8 brilliant innings, and Rusty Staub, who hit a homer and drove in 5.
Rusty had a big day, and Oakland players boycotted. They said they wouldn't go to New York and play the series if and Mike Andrews was not reinstated. And of course, Charlie O. Finley, he folded his tent and reinstated Mike Andrews.
That win by the Mets in Game 4 tied up that 1973 World Series at 2 games apiece. Ruben Tejada leads off in the home 5th in a 1-1 game. And Gio Gonzalez has thrown him nothing but fastballs tonight. Struck him out looking on 3 pitches his first time up. Gonzalez has struck out 4 and walked none. Given up a run on 4 hits. Dickey on deck, and then Reyes in the 5th. And curveball away. 1-1. By the way, we found the terminology. It's called apophobia, for fear of bees.
Also, another accepted term is a Melissaphobia.
Now, how can that be? How can you have Melissaphobia when you have a daughter named Melissa?
I know, I'm not, and I'm not terrified of her by any stretch of the imagination. Actually, she's coming to visit me over the 4th of July weekend. I'm very happy about that.
She's not afraid of bees, I'll bet. 1-2 to Tejada, up and away. 95 miles an hour from Gio Gonzalez. This is a very impressive looking young left-hander. He's 25 years old. Came into his own last year, winning 15 games. Only 6-5 this year, but the 7th best ERA in the American League. And the curveball bounced to second. Nice big hop for Jameel Weeks. 1 away. Here's your Acela 5th inning recap. R.A. Dickey held the A's scoreless until the 5th when Kurt Suzuki homered. Lucas Duda drove in the Met run after Scott Hairston double leading off the 2nd. The A's have made 3 fine defensive plays behind Gio Gonzalez as he and Dickey go at it tonight in New York. R.A. struck out his first time up, and he takes a strike. Slow ground ball. Dickey trying his best to run hard, but Sizemore throws him out 2 away. But there's no question that foot is a little better. He still can't plant and throw the way he'd like, but he's definitely an improvement. This is his 5th start since coming back from that foot injury.
A little bit of maybe a little bit of discomfort, but certainly a lot better is right.
Yeah, you don't see that tremendous grimace on his face after he makes an effort.
I don't want to see him running hard to first base on a routine ground ball.
So 2 out and nobody on. Here's Reyes, who's flied to right and hit a comebacker. Now 2 for 19 on this homestand. So he thinks about a bunt, which we have not seen him do much at all. He's been so red hot.
Hitting .333 on the year.
Came into the day the National League's leading hitter had a 13-point lead. Just to give you an idea how good Reyes has been this year, he's now gone 4 straight games without a multiple hit game. It's only the 2nd time this year that's happened. I mean, he's been good for 2 hits with regularity 3, 4, 5 times a week. There's your Cholula, who's hot for the season. 13-point lead over Joey Votto coming into the day. By the way, is Matt Kemp having a year or what? He already has, Kemp, 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases.
And he's quite a talent.
He had a really bad year last year by his standards, but what a bounce back this season.
Florida is losing 4-3, Gary, in the 7th, I see.
Torrey Hunter had to leave that game for the Angels. He crashed into the fence in Florida and had to come out of the game. 1-2 to Reyes. He bounces it foul. Well, the Marlins finally broke their 11-game losing streak last night. But down tonight. I thought Jack McKeon's first 2 days dealing with Hanley Ramirez were interesting. Benched him the first day, then put him in the cleanup spot last night, and Hanley responded with a couple of hits.
Hanley's kind of wearing out his welcome down there in South Florida.
Well, he's hitting 206. That doesn't help.
Oh, what a curve that was. How did he get a piece of that? This is a wicked curve on the outside corner. Just completely fooled and just gets a piece of it.
Seventh pitch of the at bat from Gonzalez to Reyes, and Jose lifts another one out to center field. Coco Crisp squeezes it. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Gio Gonzalez. We are through 5 at Citi Field in a 1-1 ball game. And a resort from SNYN Toyota. You can enjoy 2 amazing theme parks, nonstop nightlife, and a 3-night stay on site at the exciting Hard Rock Hotel. All you have to do is go to sny.tv/Toyota and enter the Toyota Fan Flyaway Sweepstakes today. Jameel Weeks up for the 3rd time, struck out swinging in the 1st, looking in the 3rd. 2 of the 7 strikeouts for R.A. Dickey tonight. And Weeks checks a swing on the fastball, and he went around. Tilden Colberth with the call, and it's 1-1. Dickey's allowed only 2 hits, but one of them a home run by Kurt Suzuki that tied the game. As you look at the half swing.
Well, it's almost automatic today. The ring up on a check swing. Stunning.
Good looking line for Dickey tonight, who went only 4 innings in his last start, gave up 6 runs. He's thrown a lot of fastballs tonight and really has not gotten hurt much with it.
And I must say, the 2 home plate umpires in the first 2 games of this series, both Alan Porter and Adrian Johnson, who's at third tonight, has been outstanding. They've been consistent in their balls and strikes.
Weeks hits another fastball out to second base, and Tejada throws him out 1 away. Let's check in with Chris Carlin. He's standing by with the New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. Well, the Phillies just keep on rolling, trying to get to 19 games over 500 tonight.
Pretty good starting rotation to do it with.
They were down in the 8th inning last night, and what they do? Well, they scored 9 runs in the 8th inning
without a home run.
And 4 walks, bases loaded, hit batsman, whatever it takes.
That was a pitcher's duel going on there, and
Cliff Lee, who's going tonight, has really kicked it in gear.
That was Carpenter for the Cardinals, correct? Did Carpenter go tonight for the Cardinals?
Loesch.
Okay, Loesch. It was Carpenter last night, then, I believe. I'm not sure. What's in the name?
If I were a Carpenter.
I'm not a lady.
No. No, you're afraid of bees. 2-1 to Pennington, and he rips one foul. 2-2. Pennington, first-round draft pick by the A's back in 05 out of Texas A&M. And he goes down swinging on the knuckleball. Second time he's been struck out. That's 8 tonight for Dickey, who had 10 in a game earlier this year, a career high.
Right there. Here hit me. Oops. There goes the bottom. Right out.
It took 3 different turns.
Yep.
Right, left, and down.
It's almost cartoonish, you know.
I don't know how you catch that ball. The pitch count for Dickey, very reasonable tonight. Loco Crisp takes ball 1. Crisp is struck out and grounded to third. So unlike last time, when the top of the Oakland batting order was getting on seemingly every inning, tonight Dickey has held them in check. Weeks and Pennington have combined 0 for 6 with 4 strikeouts. Last night, those 2 guys got on 7 times out of 10 plate appearances. Into left field, and on comes Jason Bay to pick it off. Side retired. Only the second outfield put out behind Dickey tonight. 1-1, middle 6th. New York on a summer night, gleaming. Beautiful. We head for the bottom of the 6th at Citi Field with the Mets and A's tied at 1. Justin Turner will lead off for the Mets, and we check in with Kevin.
Well, guys, in May, Turner hit .325. Coming into tonight in June, .203. And he won't admit it. He won't say it. You'd have to think that that's thumb is giving it some problems, maybe in the field too. You know, I asked him about it. He said, well, today is actually the best it's felt in 2 weeks. He had a lot of swelling there, a lot of black and blue. That was down a little bit. But the thing is, he really hasn't taken batting practice too much either, because the continued pounding really makes it very sore by the time the game comes around. He's only taken a full round in batting practice once in the last 2 weeks. That was in Atlanta. What he does instead, he goes in the indoor cage and just hits tennis balls just to not, you know, have that pounding against the thumb, so he could be able to play the game kind of scot-free. But I'd have to think it's been a little bit of a factor in this month's hitting, and maybe even in the throwing, which we've seen the last couple of days as well. Guys?
I would think once you get that bruise on the base of your thumb, it's awfully hard to shake until the season's over, as Turner goes down looking at a fastball. Yeah, that's 5 strikeouts now for Gio Gonzalez.
Looking at a fastball and caught looking for a curve. Got 2 strikes on you. You got to just bear down. You got to look fastball and just bear down.
There's Beltran is 0 for 2, robbed of a hit back in the first by Sizemore, then grounded to short in the third. Well, Gio Gonzalez won 15 games last year, 6 more this year, and that puts him in pretty fine company among left-handers the last 2 seasons. And not exactly pitching for a powerhouse team.
Precisely. A second division ball club.
And Beltran takes a fastball for a strike, and Gonzalez has had consistent command of that fastball tonight. It's been impressive. The A's last winning season came in 2006. They lost to the Tigers in the AL Championship Series that year. That was Ken Maka's last year as manager. He led him to the ALCS, and then he got fired. And they haven't had a winning season since. They did finish .500 last year under Bob Guerin, but after getting off to a poor start this year, Guerin was replaced by Bob Melvin, and they've won 7 of 11 since Melvin took over. But it's a small market team that, you know, for all the publicity that the book Moneyball got, and the movie's coming out soon with Brad Pitt playing Billy Bean and all that, the fact of the matter is they're a limited payroll franchise.
Brad Pitt as Billy Bean?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
You don't see the resemblance? No, you're not picking up on that. Huh? Of course, Billy Bean at one time was a Mets prospect. First round draft pick.
Yes, he was. I remember Billy when he came up.
8th pitch of the at-bat coming to Beltran. And Carlos down swinging on the fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Gonzalez to start the bottom of the 6th.
Wow. That's pretty impressive stuff right there. Went upstairs to Carlos. Threw it by him. 6 strikeouts. You see Carlos get overmatched very often. And there he was overmatched at that bat. Just too good of stuff.
Well, we've seen 2 dominant pitchers tonight with 2 completely different styles. Dickey has struck out 8. Gonzalez has struck out 6. Jason Bay is 0 for 2. He struck out his last time up. Not a good swing there on the breaking ball, and it's 0-2.
Oh,
and Bay gets had. Gonzalez strikes out the side in the bottom of the 6th. He's got 7 punch outs, and it's 1-1 after 6. to you by Cholula Hot Sauce. Want the perfect balance of flavor and heat? Add Cholula Hot Sauce to your next meal. Just look for the iconic wooden cap. By Mazda, Zoom Zoom. And by Dunkin' Donuts. To get dunked, go to www.getdunked.com. Seventh inning, Hideki Matsui leads off against Ari Dickey. Matsui drew Dickey's only walk in the second inning, then struck out looking in the fourth. Dickey's walked 1, struck out 8, allowed just 2 hits. One of them a Kurt Suzuki home run. And the knuckler misses low, 2-0. Matsui, Connor Jackson, and Ryan Sweeney, the 3 scheduled hitters for the A's in the 7th. Here's Jackson on deck. And the fastball foul back. Matsui, his eyes got big.
Vicious cut. Look at this rip. Just got it away.
Can you ever afford to guess fastball with a knuckleball pitcher?
Well, I did. Oh, another fastball.
Well, it's one of the higher percentage of fastball games that Dickey's thrown this year. Two, and Knuckler gets him. Great job by Dickey there after falling behind 2-0. A couple of fastballs and a hard knuckleball to get Matsui for his 9th strikeout.
He's using both corners too. It's the best he's been pounding that fastball. I mean, excuse me, the knuckleball, a hard one inside the lefties and righties. Using both sides of the plate. Really sharp tonight.
9 strikeouts, just 1 shy of a career high, he said earlier this year. Here's Connor Jackson, who's flied out and grounded out 0 for 2. And the knuckler floats away. Ball 1. Well, the Nationals won again. John Lannon and the Nats beat Seattle 2-1. That's 10 wins in their last 11 games to get Washington to 500 for the year. They moved past the Mets in the standings last night into 3rd place. They have been almost unbeatable since Ryan Zimmerman came back. Dickey behind again, 2-0, and it's hit hard off the glove of the diving Turner and off the tarp. Charged by Bay. Connor Jackson thinks about second, but holds wisely at first.
Thinks about second, and he almost fell on his face around on first base. Gets the ball, is ripped, by the way. Tough chance for Turner. Looking at the ball, didn't pick up the bag. Oop.
If he had tried for second, he would have been out by a mile.
Dead duck.
They did a great job playing that ball off the tarp. So it's the 3rd hit off Dickey, a 1-out single in the 7th, and here's Sweeney, who had the first hit, a fly ball that Hairston lost in the twilight. Struck out his last time up, and the fastball outside for ball 1. Sweeney went 4 for 5 last night, so he's 5 for 7 in this series. He's getting to play because Josh Willingham is on the sidelines with an Achilles injury. Another fastball. Sweeney swings through it, 1-1.
Got a lot of hitters, left-hand hitters that pull off. That's right down the pipe. The ball pulling off.
Pretty interesting for a guy who hasn't hit a home run in over 300 at bats. Out to left center field, and Hairston and Bay stepping in front to grab it. 2 out. Slicing toward Jason, so he has a better read on it.
And calls off Hairston.
So now 2 out. Jackson still at first, and here's Kurt Suzuki, who's accounted for the only Oakland run with his 5th home run of the year. That came in with 1 out in the 5th. After Suzuki had just 2 hits in his previous 26 at bats. first pitch fastball fouled off Polino's mask. Nothing wrong.
It's important to see right now that this Oakland team is not taking that fastball, Gary. They're swinging at it, so they're hip to him. So he's got to be careful. Oh boy, that's a double off the thumb and off the mask. But back to I think the most critical point is now you've got to be careful. They're wise to you throwing the fastball. Pick your spots carefully.
90th pitch of the night for Dickey, and another fastball in for a strike. I'd love to see the ratio of fastballs to knuckleballs tonight, because he has thrown a ton of fastballs.
And right down Broadway. So it's just the element of surprise.
Now ahead on Suzuki, 0-2. And almost picked off as Jackson went awkwardly back in the bag.
Jeez. Do I slide back or?
After tripping over first the first time, it looked like he was ready to hug it that time. Check swing tapper right back to Dickey. And the side retired. R.A. Dickey rolling. He's allowed just 3 hits over 7, but the game tied at 1. Gonzalez and R.A. Dickey locked in a pretty good pitcher's duel tonight. Mets have just 4 hits. The A's have 3. Gonzalez has retired the last 7 and struck out the side in the 6th. Walked 7. He struck out none. Other way around. Struck out 7. Walked none. Hairston lifts one out to right field. And Ryan Sweeney is there to call. 1 away. 8 in a row retired by Gonzalez. AT&T trivia question: who are the 3 pitchers to start an all-star game for both leagues? Jason Isringhausen starting to get ready in the Mets bullpen. Dickey could be due a turn at bat here in the 7th if the Mets get a couple of men on. But he should have plenty left in the tank if his spot doesn't come up. Paulino hits one in the air to right. And Sweeney coming in. And quickly there are 2 out. 3 pitches by Gonzalez. He's retired 2 in the bottom of the 7th.
Bat of an eyelash, 2 outs. Jeez.
So here's Duda. Got the start tonight. It did not have a hit against a left-hander this season, but he drove in the only Met run with a base hit in the 2nd. And then in the 4th, at a foul fly down the left field line, and Hideki Matsui reached into the crowd and made a terrific play. 0-1 to Duda. One of 3 outstanding defensive plays the A's have made tonight. Sizemore robbed Beltran in the 1st. Gonzalez made a great athletic play in the 2nd on Bay's ground ball, catching a throw at first base, and then Matsui that play on Duda. Two and 1 to Lucas. Ruben Tejada would be next. Gio Gonzalez about to throw his 95th pitch of the night. Guy who came into the night 2nd in the American League in walks has walked nobody. Now behind on Duda, 3-1.
Lucas has a very good eye at the plate against left-handers.
And that just missed for ball 4. So there's the first walk of the night for Gonzalez. And the Mets have the lead run aboard with 1 out. And now Tejada will come up. That's plenty of left-hand hitting in the dugout if Terry Collins wanted to go that way and bat for Tejada. He's got Willie Harris, who's celebrating his 33rd birthday today. Murphy, Tolley, Pridey, Pagan, all available as left-hand hitters. But he'll stick with Tejada, even though Ruben is just 2 for his last 22.
There's Pagan, who's been struggling against lefties. Bob Melvin, the new manager of the A's, used both his left-handers last night.
Pagan is the only right-hand hitter available in the Mets dugout. Joey Devine will get up quickly in the A's bullpen as Tejada pulls off that fastball, 0-1. So it is Pagan who has come out on deck to bat for Dickey. It's a hard call to bat for Dickey if the opportunity comes up, and I'm sure Terry's figuring he may not get too many other chances to score. So Isringhausen keeps getting ready. A ball and a strike to Tejada. Gonzalez had retired 9 in a row before the walk to Duda. And that fastball just missed, 2-1. And so Kurt Suzuki out to talk to Gio Gonzalez. Bob Melvin has been getting spectacular starting pitching this last time through the rotation. One of their last 6 games, their starters ERA is 1.16, and Gonzalez has been right in that ballpark tonight. Right at 100 pitches with a 2-to-1 strike to ball ratio. And Tejada swinging through the fastball, 2-2.
Complete overmatch here. We've seen it now. He's getting such a groove going. He overmatched Beltran, overmatched Bay, and now it's just no contest here with the fastball with Tejada. It's just try to catch up. See, this is like the old. I shouldn't say this in the old days, but a pitcher got stronger as he went along. Pitcher found his rhythm, boy, he just gained on it. And they take pitchers out so early today, you don't see this anymore. Look at that.
Swing and a miss, and he just completely blew away Ruben Tejada. 8th strikeout for Gio Gonzalez, and we are through 7 at Citi Field in a great pitcher's duel. pitchers to start an all-star game for both leagues.
Gaylord? No.
Vida Blue, whom we showed just a few moments ago, pitching against the Mets in the World Series. Clemens and Randy Johnson. Vida as an A and as a Giant.
How about that? So as a Giant, he was on the downside of his career.
Scott Sizemore, first pitch swinging, grounds one out to Reyes as we start the 8th inning. One pitch and one out for R.A. Dickey. Mark Ellis will be coming up as a pinch hitter for Gio Gonzalez. Let's check in with Chris Carlin for a New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. All right, thanks, Chris. Here's Mark Ellis, just activated off the disabled list today. He's batting for Gio Gonzalez, who was pitching brilliantly for 7 innings. And Ellis takes a knuckleball for a strike. Joey Devine up in the bullpen. Mark Ellis has been the starting second baseman for the A's for 9 years. But in his absence, Jameel Weeks has come up from the minor leagues, and he has really sparked the Oakland offense. So there's a real conundrum right now for Oakland about what to do. As Ellis hits it out to center field, Jason Hairston back a few strides, and there are 2 out. I mean, Ellis has been a very solid player for a long time. He's still got plenty left in the tank. But they're trying to figure out whether they should play him at another position, or because Weeks can't play any other position. Or do you send Weeks to the bench or back to the minors when he's going so well? Do you trade Ellis? What do you do?
You got a new manager making a new evaluation. Manager that wants to continue to win, wants the job next year. He's an interim manager and wants the team to continue to play well. He's going to go with the hot hand.
Mark Ellis just turned 34. Jameel Weeks just 25. And he takes a strike. 1-1. Weeks tonight 0 for 3. Struck out twice and grounded out. So Gonzalez is out of the game after 7. Dickey's spot is due to lead off of the Mets in the bottom of the inning. Weeks chasing a knuckleball, and it's 1-2. Now it's been a tremendous bounce back performance for Dickey after a rough start in Atlanta.
There it is, floating away and down.
Jason Isringhausen getting ready. Dickey about to throw his 99th pitch of the night. Bouncing ball for Reyes. And R.A. Dickey with 8 spectacular innings sits him down 1-2-3. Mets will come up in the bottom of the 8th against the Oakland bullpen in a 1-1 game. In the dugout after 8 terrific innings. He allowed just a run on 3 hits, struck out 9, just one shy of his career high. But if he's to get a win tonight, the Mets are going to have to do some damage in the bottom of the 8th against the veteran right-hander Joey Devine.
Well, Devine came up with the Atlanta Braves back in 2005. Was traded over to Oakland in 08. Tommy John surgery, missed the last 2 seasons. But off to a good start here in 15 games, as you see. Right-handers having a heck of a time against him.
So the Mets will have a left-handed bat to face him. Angel Pagan will come up as a pinch hitter for Dickey to lead off in the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Pagan, Reyes, and Turner to face Devine. Joey Devine, when he came up in 2005 with the Braves, he had been drafted that year out of NC State. And he pitched in only 5 games for the Braves that year, but wound up pitching for them in the postseason. And he has the distinction of being the losing pitcher in the longest postseason game in history. Gave up the 18th inning home run to Chris Burke of the Astros in the division series that year, as the Astros won the longest postseason game in history. So there'll always be an answer to that trivia question until somebody plays a longer postseason game. Pagan takes the fastball high, and it's 2-0. Angel started in center field last night, went 1 for 3 and a walk. Been swinging the bat very well in the 25 games since he came off the disabled list. This is his first pinch hitting appearance of the year. And he muscles one out to center field. And Coco Crisp easing over. 1 out.
As an offensive unit, when you've got a pitcher like R.A. out there that has thrown 8 solid and you know he's pinched hit for, you really want to get a run for him and get him on that W. Get the team ahead and at least give him a chance for a W.
So here's Reyes having a rough homestand. 0 for 8 in this series, 2 for 20 in the 5 games on the homestand. Warner's pinch in against Jose. And he hits one in the air to deep right center field. Back goes Sweeney onto the track. Back at the wall. He can't get it. Reyes on his way to second. Takes the turn and he'll make it to third base easily. A triple for Jose Reyes.
Well, the first ball fastball hit, and Sweeney doesn't cover a lot of ground here, a lot of airtime off the wall. Jose all over that fastball.
13th triple of the year for Reyes. And if Coco Crisp doesn't do a good job playing this ball coming off the wall, backing up, he might have gone the distance.
It looked like Jose thought it was a home run at first.
Can't assume in this ballpark, not an outright center. Infield in for Justin Turner. Tie-breaking run at third. And Turner takes a slider for a strike. Justin tonight 0 for 3, struck out twice. He is trying to chase down the Mets club record of 21 triples. Mets have not yet played half a season. Takes it in tight. It's 1-1.
Slider away, fastball running in for a ball, and this is what I talked about. An offensive unit, you want to give your pitcher a W.
Turner's done a good job getting that runner in from third. He's done a good job driving in runs in general as K-Rod is up in the bullpen. 30 RBIs for Turner in just 163 at bats. And Justin pokes one foul, and now Devine, who's looking for a strikeout, is ahead 1-2.
Well, that takes away the squeeze. So Oakland doesn't have to worry about that. Doesn't really matter one way or the other. The infield's in. Turner now has got to really bear down, put the ball in play. Behind the count.
Devine ahead 1-2. And Turner checks the swing, and he stopped it in time. 2-2.
He didn't swing. And look at his Spanny flying out. That'd have been a strike. He was a dead duck.
Infield in, 2-2 to Turner. Toward the hole, base hit, and the Mets grab the lead. base hit by Turner. 2-1 New York. Justin Turner, as clutch a hitter as the Mets have had all year long.
Tried to run a sinker down in his hands. It's on the inside corner. Done a lot of sink. Just good hitting by Justin. And with the infield in, nicely done.
Reyes scores his 55th run to take over the National League lead. Mets lead 2-1, and Dickey has the run the Mets wanted to get him. Now Carlos Beltran looking for more. Mercedes-Benz Ultra-Mo brought to you by your Tri-State dealers on the web at searchmercedes.com. Well, a great pitcher's duel tonight between Dickey and Gonzalez. Gonzalez came out for a pinch hitter after 7, and the Mets get a run off Joey Devine here in the 8th. So Gonzalez gets a no decision going 7 innings, allowing a run on 4 hits, a walk, and 8 strikeouts. And Justin Turner, amazingly, who would have thought that, second on the Mets in RBIs. Talk about getting an opportunity and taking full advantage. Francisco Rodriguez will have a save opportunity in the top of the 9th. Beltran 0 for 3 tonight. Breaking ball by Devine, Adam Fishing, 1-2.
I've never seen Devine thrown this hard. So coming off that Tommy John surgery, it seems to have done its job. I don't recall him throwing this hard.
By the way, we mentioned Devine giving up that 18th inning home run to Chris Burke in the playoffs in 05. You know the last time Devine gave up a home run? 2006. He's gone 305 batters without giving up a home run. He almost gave up one to Reyes a moment ago. Well, but the last home run against him was April 7th, 2006 by Moises Alou. It's a while ago. Of course, he missed the last 2 years, Devine, because of the Tommy John surgery. Here's a 2-2. In the dirt with a slider. 3-2. Nobody up in the Oakland bullpen, so it's up to Devine to pull himself up by his socks here. Just to Rosenbad. Will Turner run? He does. And Beltran down swinging. Suzuki's throwing a hop. Goes into center field, and Turner goes on to third. So Beltran strikes out. Turner steals the base, takes third on Suzuki's error.
Watch Suzuki here. Look at the bad fundies. Oh my gosh.
He takes a long time to get rid of the ball.
He is slow.
Turner almost missed second base, by the way. He just barely got it with his hand. Never seen the peel play on a stolen base, have you? Here's Jason Bay trying to pick up Turner from third with an insurance run. He takes the breaking ball for a strike. Bay 0 for 3 tonight, has struck out his last 2 at bats after his 3 for 3 home run and triple night last night. Pulls off the slider, and it's 0-2. He has, since his first at bat, seen 8 pitches, 8 strikes.
And nothing but breaking ball, and he's been way out in front.
Now Devine with the 0-2, and he misses away with the fastball. They're going to the 10th inning now in Florida. The Marlins and the Angels tied 5-5. Swing and a miss. He struck him out in a pitch in the dirt. Suzuki makes the toss to end the inning. So 2 strikeouts in the inning for Devine, but the Mets grab the lead Jose Reyes, the igniter. He had been struggling on this homestand, but he gets a huge hit, almost a home run. But his 13th triple of the year gets it started, and Turner drives him in and puts the Mets up 2-1 going to the ninth. Capuano against rookie right-hander Graham Godfrey. 12:30 the coverage right here on SNY. Frankie Rodriguez trying to save this one. Cliff Pennington leads off the ninth with the Mets up 2-1. And he takes a fastball for a strike.
This is Frankie's kind of game.
Angel Pagan stays in the game in center field after pinch hitting. So K-Rod goes in Hairston's spot in the lineup, the 5-hole. First time he's pitched in 6 days since his blown save in Atlanta. Change up for a strike. 0-2 to Pennington. He's 0 for 3 tonight. A fly ball and 2 strikeouts.
The sense that Frankie smells blood here. Strong, 6 days off.
Breaking ball down 1-2. He gave up the 2-run homer to Brooks Conrad in Atlanta. That's the only game that the Mets have lost this year where they led after 8 innings. Was also R.A. Dickey's start. And now trying to protect one for Dickey, who went 8 brilliant innings tonight. 1-2 to Pennington. In there for a call, strike 3. Got him looking at the changeup. 1 down.
Well, the changeup that has the sinking action. There's a little split in the fingers there. Oh, it's there to hit. That is not where he wanted to put it. And there's your grip. Deep in his hand. Look at the shoulder. Look at the torque on that arm, elbow.
So 1 out of the ninth. Here's Coco Crisp, who's 0 for 3. The 1 through 4 hitters in the A's lineup, Weeks, Pennington, Crisp, and Matsui, are a combined 0 for 13 with 8 strikeouts tonight. Matsui is on deck. And Crisp hits a rocket down the right field line, and that's an extra base hit going to the corner. Crisp can motor. He gets to second and stops there with a 1-out double.
Well, nice job by Beltran getting there quickly. Frankie wants the ball. And that's another high changeup, Gary. Out over the middle. Didn't get away with it this time. Crisp, a veteran hitter. Lucky he didn't lift it. Nicely done by Carlos to get it quickly.
So Crisp is now 3 for 8 in his career against K-Rod, and the tying run is at second base with 1 out, and Hideki Matsui coming up. Matsui is 4 for 11 with 2 home runs against K-Rod in his career. Now, you don't want to walk him intentionally and put the winning run on base, but you certainly have to be careful here with Matsui, who tonight has walked and struck out twice. Reyes trying to keep Crisp close at second. He can steal a base. And the curveball to Matsui misses for ball 1. Greg Breslow is up in the bullpen for Oakland. One and 0 to Matsui. And Frankie with another curve falls behind 2-0.
I think you're right, Gary. You've got Connor Jackson, a right-hand hitter, up next, struggling. And you got to worry about swing. There's no real home run hitter. This is the one guy that can hit out of the ballpark.
Right. And he's done it before against K-Rod. You know that K-Rod knows that. So let's see what Matsui gets on 2-0.
Oh, big changeup. Big cut, Matsui. And Matsui is one of the Japanese hitters love to like open up like they're running to first base. Ichiro does it that way too. He's just going all or nothing right there. 2-0. Big home run swing.
And K-Rod was not going to give him a fastball on 2-0. 2 curveballs and a changeup so far to Matsui. Now on 2-1, Matsui grounds the curveball foul, and it's 2-2.
He's not going to give Matsui a fastball.
Come on tonight on Geico Sports Night after the post game. NBA draft coming up. Story of Charles Jenkins and Tiki Barber's comeback. We'll see. Geico Sports Night tonight after the post game right here on SNY. What are the numbers against K-Rod for Matsui? Tying run Crisp, who can fly at second base. He's got 21 steals. Reyes keeping an eye on him. 2-2. In there for a call strike 3. Surprised him with the fastball, and it gets Matsui looking. 2 men down.
Boy, that's just a setup right there. Nothing but breaking stuff in the change ups, and then he comes and hits a fastball inside, lights him up. Excellent pitch. Completely fools Matsui. Setup.
Terrific job by K-Rod. You see Crisp faking the go just as K-Rod was about to release that pitch.
I don't think it had any effect on Matsui. I think it was just a. What did I say before that pitch? He won't throw a fastball.
There goes Crisp, and the Mets let him go. He steals third. A call strike to Jackson. So now the tying run is at third base with 2 out.
Why didn't he do it with 1 out?
I think he wanted to, but the Mets were paying such close attention to him.
Yep.
Now with 2 out, they let him go. 22 steals now for Crisp.
What a pitch by Frank.
Jackson 1 for 3 tonight. Single past Turner his last time up. Tying run at third, 2 out. And the curveball away. 1-1. 11 strikeouts for Met pitchers tonight. Dickey had 9. K-Rod is fan 2 here in the ninth. Ryan Sweeney would be next.
Curve.
One and 1 to Jackson. And he fouls off the curveball. Now the A's are down to their final strike.
Fastball away. He wants to do the same thing he did to Matsui. But away.
And misses away. 2-2. K-Rod bidding for his 20th save of the year. He's blown 2 this year, his first and his most recent.
Pretty good percentage. Fastball away. He wants to double up.
Two. On the ground, base hit, and the game is tied. Connor Jackson singles through the hole, and the A's down to their final strike, rally to tie it in the 9th. Second consecutive blown save for Frankie Rodriguez.
And a fastball meant to get away and got it over the middle. And a bit surprised with Jackson right down the pipe. Right down Broadway in Bell Tie.
Now Ryan Sweeney is 1 for 3 tonight, and he takes a strike.
We'll take a look at the IOTV pitch differential. Low and away. Where is it? You know, it's belt high, and I guarantee you that Paulino set up down the middle, not on the corner. That pitch was down the pipe.
Sweeney yanks one foul, and it's 0-2. So R.A. Dickey cannot win. He pitched brilliantly tonight, and this has been a story for Dickey this year. In games where he has pitched well enough to win, the bullpen has not been solid, or the offense has not contributed, and that's one of the reasons Dickey is 3-7 on the year.
With a hitter like Jackson and the stuff that K-Rod has, I think the fastball was not a wise choice. I'm not going to second guess it. He puts it where he wants to. He'll probably get him. He missed with it.
Now K-Rod trying to keep this game tied, give the Mets a chance to win into the bottom of the 9th. 1-2 on Ryan Sweeney. And it's bounced foul down to Ty Waller, the A's first base coach. Nice grab. The way the Mets structured their order with Pagan staying in center field, K-Rod is due to lead off in the bottom of the 9th. So he's only going 1 inning. One-two to Sweeney. And a nice stop by Paulino on that fastball that got away. 2-2. Andrew Bailey, the A's closer, is the right-hander. Greg Breslow is the left-hander. I'm sure we'll see Breslow if the game is tied, and Bailey if the A's take the lead. Especially with the Mets having nothing but left-handed bats on their bench. And a pinch hitter due up to start the bottom of the 9th. Another no decision game for R.A. Dickey in a game he deserved to win. 2-2, and Sweeney hits one out to center field, and Pagan is there. That retires the side, but the A's, who are down to their final strike, tied up against K-Rod. Coco Crisp, who has hit K-Rod before, got it started with a double, stole third, came home on Connor Jackson's hit, and it is 2-2 as the Mets come to bat in the bottom of the 9th. comes on to pitch for the A's.
Threw an inning of relief last night. Walked a batter.
And you see the lefties have clubbed him this year for a 400 average. Jason Isringhausen up in the Mets bullpen. Willie Harris, who today is celebrating his 33rd birthday, will pinch hit for K-Rod, leading off in the bottom of the ninth. It'll be Harris, then Polino and Duda, as the Mets look for their first walk-off victory of the season. Mets took the lead in the bottom of the eighth on Turner's RBI single. A's tied it in the top of the ninth on Jackson's RBI single. And now it's 2-2. And Harris takes a strike.
If you're wondering, you Met fans have tuned in late, why a left-hander is being used here. The only really right-handed bench that Terry Collins had in this game was Angel Pagan, excuse me. Switch hitter. He's already been used, so he has a predominantly left-hand hitting bench.
Interestingly, Terry used Pagan in a situation where he was batting left-handed, so he could have gone in a different direction, but he was leading off the inning, so he probably felt Pagan was the best option to lead off in that eighth. That's got a run in the eighth. Pagan stayed in center field. 1-1 to Harris, and he hits one toward the gap in right center field. That's in for a base hit. Over to cut it off nicely is Crisp. Harris falls rounding first, but he'll get up and step on back. So a birthday pinch hit for Willie Harris. Only his third hit in 27 pinch hit at bats.
It's like a cutter. It's a little breaking slider. Didn't get much break on it. Stays right in nicely. The Mets are in business. Again, that first base is tough. He slipped right over it. Nice recovery.
All right, now you have Ronnie Polino at the plate, a right-hand hitter. You got the left-hand hitter Duda on deck. So are you going to bum with Polino, or you're going to let him swing?
Let him swing. I can tell you what, you can put a hit and run with Polino. He's got a guy that throws strikes, and Polino goes the other way.
Ronnie has 2 hits. He's showing bunt as Breslow tosses to first. Harris right on the bag. We'll see what the Mets have in mind here.
Look at Polino. He's already got his bat out in a bunt position.
Doesn't mean he won't pull it back. And he drops down the bunt. Beautifully done. And Suzuki makes the play to first. Sacrifice executed. 2-4. Moving Harris to second with the winning run.
Well, nicely done, Ronnie. I know you probably wanted to swing the bat, but got the job done. And that is how it's done. Look at that. Bat level.
Let the bat catch the ball.
Yep. And Mr. Duda comes up, drove in one of the runs off a left-hander earlier in the game.
His first hit against the lefty this season. He's also fouled out to left and drawn a walk, so he's 1 for 2. Harris at second with 1 out. 2-2 last of the night. Well, you saw the numbers when Breslow came in. The lefties were hitting 400 against him. He's already given up a hit to the left-hander as Harris led off with a base hit. And now Duda trying to get a hit to bring Harris home. Ruben Tejada on deck. Pennington, the shortstop, shading Harris so he can't get too big of a lead. It would be unlikely to see Harris try to steal third. He has 2 steals and 5 tries this year, but they'd like to slow him down on a base hit to the outfield. Too high to Duda, 1-1. Well, both starters were brilliant tonight. R.A. Dickey went 8. Gio Gonzalez went 7. Dickey struck out 9. Gonzalez struck out 8. Daniel Murphy with a bat in his hands. The Mets also have Pridey and Toley available as pinch hitters. One and 1 to Duda. Fastball strike. 1-2. Well, K-Rod went 19 straight consecutive saves without blowing one. Now he's blown 2 in a row. He can vulture a victory if the Mets can get a run here. 1-2 from Breslow. And Duda lifts one down the left field line. Matsui back toward the corner, and he gets there. Well, Matsui may not run as fast as he used to, but he has handled everything in this series.
I would like to know why Matsui was. Look how close to the line he was playing with Duda up, who's been a pull hitter. That's very interesting defensive placement. And let me tell you, I thought that ball had double written all over it.
So now 2 out. Harris still at second. Bob Melvin, the manager, out to talk to Breslow. And Tejada coming up. Well, obviously they're not going to walk him, and maybe the message was nothing but fastball.
Well, the message was, this is the man you want to get. Don't got Pagan in the on-deck circle. This is the out you want. You got an open base, just making sure he's on a very aggressive note. Okay, I want you to get this hitter.
Tejada 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out twice against Gio Gonzalez, and the last time up was completely overmatched. Ruben in a 2 for 23 skid right now. They could play that outfield awfully shallow against Tejada with a potential winning run at second. Especially the right fielder Sweeney playing very shallow on a base hit that way. He might have a shot at a plate. Melvin checking his lineup card. Seeing that the Mets have nothing but lefties on the bench. 2-0 now to Tejada. Angel Pagan in the on-deck circle.
He wanted that strike. He said, you've been calling that all night. He's woofing him. He is woofing Alan Porter.
Mets are 3 for 7 with runners in scoring position tonight. Tejada trying to make it 4 for 8. But now Breslow's behind him 3-0. That's the last thing in the world he wants to do is to walk Tejada and face a better hitter in Pagan on deck. Even though Pagan has not swung it well from the right side this year. And that's ball 4. And Tejada's aboard. And Pagan will come up with 2 men on. Now, is it possible? I don't think it's the case. Is it possible Bob Melvin looked at the numbers, saw Pagan hit 128 right-handed and said, pitch carefully to Tejada?
It's a possibility, but I'm confounded if he did.
Yeah, well, especially after watching his left-hander Gonzalez dominate Tejada so readily tonight.
And you've got advanced scouts.
So here's Angel with 2 out and 2 on. 2-2, bottom of the ninth. Came in as a pinch hitter in the 8th and flied to center. Harris the winning run at second. Tejada at first. And Pagan attacks the first pitch fastball and fouls it off. Michael Wirtz standing around in the Oakland bullpen. And Pagan behind 0-2. Cliff Lee pitched a 6-hit shutout tonight. Phillies beat the Cardinals 4-0. It's 2 straight shutouts for Lee.
He's kind of warming up, isn't he?
Now Breslow ahead on Pagan 0-2. Pagan can keep the inning going. Jose Reyes would be next. See Reyes standing right next to that Cholula hot sauce sign.
Yes, I did.
Hot and hot.
With the wooden cap.
The iconic wooden cap. 1-2. Pagan fouls it out. 94 from Breslow. Jason Isringhausen will pitch the 10th inning. The Mets can't pull this out of the bottom of the ninth. 2 to Pagan. And Angel foul tips it, held by Suzuki, and we are going to extra innings. Breslow works around the leadoff hit by Harris. On to the 10th, tied at 2. Citi Field, we had an hour rain delay at the start tonight. Mets had themselves a lead going to the 9th. Couldn't seal the deal with the A's down to their final strike. Couldn't structure a run in the bottom of the 9th, so on we go to the 10th. Our Toyota Text Bowl with the injury to Ike Davis, who should be the Mets' regular first baseman, and the overwhelming answer, Daniel Murphy, who is yet to be heard from tonight. Probably will be heard from before this game is over. Jason Isringhausen will pitch the 10th inning, his first outing in 6 days.
30th appearance for Jace. Good numbers. Right-handers, oh, they're all having trouble with him. Jeez.
Mets will play their 7th extra inning game of the year. They're 2-4 in extra innings. Brian Fuentes up in the A's bullpen. Kurt Suzuki, who homered back in the 5th, leads off. The A's are playing their 14th extra inning game. They are 5-8 in extra innings this season. Suzuki 1 for 3. His home run off R.A. Dickey was his 5th of the year. And he takes Lone away 2-0. Jason Isringhausen pitching against the team to whom the Mets traded him in 1999. Pitched the second half of that year, and then all of 2001 with the A's, where he really established himself as a frontline closer. Suzuki lifts one out to shallow center. Pagan racing in to call and catch. 1 out. From the A's to the Cardinals as a free agent and spent 7 years in St. Louis before the arm troubles developed and wound up pitching briefly for Tampa Bay a couple of years ago before bouncing back to the Mets where it all started. Here's Scott Sizemore, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Reached on an error, struck out and grounded to short. And Sizemore lines one to left. Over comes Bay. 2 out. So 2 out and nobody on. And now David DeJesus will come up as a pinch hitter. DeJesus, who grew up in New Jersey out of Manalapan High School and then went on to play at Rutgers. making his first appearance in this series. Former Kansas City Royal, had a couple of terrific years with Kansas City. And he's kind of been shunted aside since Bob Melvin took over as the manager. There's R.A. Dickey back in the dugout after getting his post-start treatment. DeJesus has really been struggling over the last month or so he's spent more time on the bench of late. And he takes ball one. You'll be happy to know the Twins did not get 8 straight hits to start the game in San Francisco. Giants are up 2-0 in the second. Brian Vogelsong pitching for the Giants today. They've lost 5 in a row, and yet they're only a half game out in the NL West behind Arizona. Chris Heisey hit 3 home runs for the Reds tonight. And they got a split of their day-night doubleheader with the Yankees. 10-2. Cincinnati wins the nightcap.
They got into that Yankee bullpen. Lit it up.
Here's the 1-1. And the curveball from Izzy for a strike. 1-2 to DeJesus. Isringhausen's last outing in Atlanta was his best in quite some time. He faced 2 batters in a big spot, retired them both, and he's looking good again tonight. Head on to Jesus, 1-2. And the curveball bouncing away. Now the 2-2, and the curveball whooped down to the shallow right center. That's going to fall for a base hit. So David DeJesus with a pinch hit single, and the A's have a 2-out base runner. And Jameel Weeks will come to the plate. Weeks tonight struck out twice, grounded out twice. He's 0 for 4. Now the Marlins, after tying that game with the Angels, lost it in the 10th to the Angels. Mark Trumbo an RBI single in the 10th. That's 2-20 in the month of June.
Oh, Lord.
Way outside, 1-0 to Weeks.
And you know what's murder about that month? It's June. You've got July, August, September to look forward to, or not to look forward to.
But at least probably could be better than 2-20 to start July.
We would hope.
Izzy falls behind on Weeks, 2-0. He retired the first 2 hitters, a bloop single by DeJesus. And now behind in the count on Weeks. Bill Weeks just 160 pounds. His brother Ricky is 215. Very different physique. That's a call strike, 2-1. Brother is a right-hand batter. Jameel is a switch hitter. Both second basemen, both better offensive players than defensive players. To Jameel Weeks. There goes DeJesus. Polino's throw, skipping into center field. DeJesus going to third. And so now the go-ahead run is at third base. A stolen base for DeJesus, a throwing error on Polino.
Good pitch to throw, too. Polino, who usually is pretty accurate, just runs this ball into the line. Jose wanted no part of that slide.
First stolen base of the year for David DeJesus. So he comes home to New York and shows off his wheels. He's stolen as many as 11 in a major league season. But his first this year. So now the go-ahead run at third, a 2-2 count to Weeks with 2 out. And the curveball got him looking. Jason Isringhausen drops the hammer on Jameel Weeks to get himself out of trouble. Now we go to the bottom of the 10th. Reyes to lead off in a 2-2 game. Whenever it happens to end, be sure to keep it tuned for Lincoln Postgame Live. Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda will have all the highlights, the analysis, the interviews right after the game. Lincoln Postgame Live right here on SNY. Brian Fuentes on to pitch in the bottom of the 10th.
A veteran left-hander filled in as the saver for this team. When their closer went down, saved 12 ball games, as you see. Veteran started out with Colorado, it bounced around, he's been everywhere.
Man. Let's say Reyes had been struggling in this series. He had gone 0 for 8 until his last at bat in the 8th inning as Tim Burdack is up in the Mets bullpen. Reyes cranked one off the fence in right center for a triple and scored the go-ahead run in the 8th. Now leads off in the 10th. And it takes a fastball strike from Fuentes.
You know, Fuentes has the very funky delivery home. He's a shover when he throws. Very deceptive delivery.
Reyes has seen him before. He's got 2 hits and 5 career at-bats against the former Rockies closer. He takes it wide, a ball and a strike. Turner and Beltran to follow for the Mets in the bottom of the 10th. Gio Gonzalez went the first 7, allowed a run on 4 hits, struck out 8. Joey Devine gave up that run in the 8th. Greg Breslow worked around the leadoff hit in the 9th, and now Fuentes in the 10th. Speed, 2-1. Turner drove in that go-ahead run of the 8th. Beltran behind him. Corners in against Reyes. Good changeup by Fuentes, 2-2.
He's a sidearmer almost, you can see. And that ball had a lot of plate, but just the off speed, late sink, full up the change of velocity.
He's got a tremendous velocity difference between his fastball and changeup. Fastball popped up. Jameel Weeks calling. 1 out. He throws his fastball 89 and that changeup is 73. You don't see that very often.
Right. And he's got the funkadelic delivery.
So 1 out and Justin Turner, 1 for 4 on the night, and that go-ahead hit in the 8th inning. His 31st RBI, second on the team behind Beltran. Speaking of RBIs, if you missed the news earlier today, Ike Davis underwent an MRI which showed the bone bruise in his ankle is not healing. Plus, he's got cartilage issues. It's going to take 3 more weeks. See how it is after that. And if it's not better, he will have microfracture surgery and be out for the year. And the way Ike explained it, he said if he has the surgery in July, he can't start rehab until October. And then he would have to rehab all winter just to be ready for the start of next season. So if he's going to have the surgery, they're not going to wait.
Well, he's going for a second opinion, and that's a big decision to make if you're going to do that. And that's why he should go for a second opinion.
No question. One and one to Turner, way outside. But it tells you that this Mets lineup is going to be pretty bereft of power for the rest of the year.
Yep.
I mean, you don't know if Beltran's going to be here all year. Jason Bay had a good night last night, but you don't know what you're going to get out of him right now. It's had a rough night tonight. David Wright, we don't know what his status is going to be. 3-1 now to Turner. So if the Mets are going to win, it's going to have to be with good starting pitching, great fundamentals, and stringing together hits and getting the kind of production they've gotten out of guys like Turner. Fuentes behind 3-1, and Justin takes on the outside corner. He thought he had ball 4, and Alan Porter said no. 3-2.
Thought it was a knee-high strike.
Beautiful pitch. Turner has to rub himself up again. 3-2, 1 out. Beltran on deck. Hit to right center, falling fast. On comes Sweeney with a slide, and he makes the grab. Ryan Sweeney with his second terrific catch of this series.
Well, he comes in, makes a nice diving catch there. Look at the bubble gun working in that catch. Got a nice bubble at the same time, multitasking. Look at this. That's beautiful. Put him in the classroom.
Just don't stick that under the chair, young man. So 2 out and nobody on. Here's Beltran, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Struck out his last 2 at bats. Carlos has hit 6 of his 10 home runs as a right-hand batter. But he's never had a hit against Fuentes. 0 for 4. Pitcher spot 2 batters away. Murphy with a stick in his hands. 2-0 to Beltran. Bay is on deck. Pitcher is sitting in the 5 hole behind Bay. To Beltran, and Carlos takes a fastball for a strike. Pedro Beato has joined Tim Burdack in the Mets bullpen. Looking ahead to the 11th inning. 2-1 from Fuentes, and the fastball low and away. He's not going to give Beltran anything that he can turn on.
Well, like the other lineup, the Oakland lineup, there's really only one guy that. What a nice angle that is. What a beautiful shot.
Right down from the Shea Bridge.
Very nice.
Now it's 3-1 to Carlos. And he takes ball 4. So Fuentes wanted nothing to do with Beltran. Now he's aboard, and Jason Bay, who has struck out each of his last 3 at bats, will come to the plate.
Well, a good time for another extra base hit.
Met pitchers have struck out 12 tonight. A's pitchers have struck out 11. See the outfield playing deep, no doubles. Trying to keep that winning run from scoring from first. Fuentes misses badly with the changeup, ball 1.
He's been missing wildly up high and away with his change.
Threw the one good one to Reyes. Daniel Murphy out on deck to bat for Isringhausen. If Bay can keep the inning going. Bay is just 1 for 9 in his career against Brian Fuentes.
There was a pitch to hit. And that's what happens when things aren't going your way. You get that pitch to hit, first pitch fastball, and you get it, and you're sitting on it, and you foul it back.
Well, he had a big night last night. A single, a walk, a home run, a triple. Not so much tonight. There goes Beltran. He's picked off. The throw to second, and Beltran gets around the tag. He's safe. A stolen base for Beltran after he got picked off.
Well, the shortstop was playing dead pull on Bay, and Weeks was late getting there, and not a great throw. And nicely done by Carlos. Nice slide.
Third stolen base of the year for Beltran, and they've all come in the last week or so.
It's all about Weeks getting there late.
And now Bob Melvin out at the mound. What do you do here? It's 1-1 to Bay. You've got first base open, a lefty pitcher on the mound, and a left-hand pinch hitter on deck in Murphy, who looked lost against left-hand pitching last night.
I would be inclined to be pitch around Bay. He was, as much as he's struggling.
Would you walk him intentionally here, or would you pitch around him?
I would. I've always been less inclined to walk guys intentionally, because the guy in the on-deck circle is going to get offended and may go up there and bear down. I would pitch around him. Really playing Bay for the pull in the infield. My goodness.
So now the potential winning run is at second with 2 out. Well, you're right. Pennington really shutting down that hole in short.
Oh, that's where he's been hitting the ball here. We've seen him enough. They're hitting that ball right between third and short. And look where the shortstop's Pennington's playing him. They've taken that away from him. I would even be more inclined to move Weeks up the middle more.
Well, let's see if he gets anything to hit with Murphy on deck to pinch hit. Suzuki moving outside. Now look at second, but nobody covering. Two and one from Fuentes, and a bouncer to short. Pennington's got it, and the side retired, and we go on to the 11th. A walk and one left after 10, tied at 2. That comes on to pitch for the Mets.
Well, Burdock has done a great job. He's kind of the lost guy early in the season, but Terry Collins has gained his trust, and his numbers have come down. It's below, the ERA is below 4 now.
Pitched a 1-2-3 inning last night, striking out a pair. Cliff Pennington leads off in the top of the 11th. Pennington 0 for 4 has struck out his last 3 at bats. Met pitchers have struck out 12, which matches a season high. Dickey struck out 9. K-Rod 2, and then Jason Isringhausen struck out Weeks to end the 10th. Coco Crisp on deck, then Hideki Matsui in the 11th. And Pennington pops it up. Calling is Tejada. 1 away. So 1 out and nobody on. Coco Crisp comes up against Burdock, and we check in with Kevin.
Guys, Burdock's felt really good the last couple times out. Sid, the key is, really using his fastball to both sides of the plate effectively, and he made a small mechanical adjustment. Dan Worthen noticed that he was breaking his hands kind of almost behind his body, which he doesn't want to do. So now kind of corrected that, breaking his hands when he throws the pitch in the middle of his body. Feels like that little thing has helped him a little bit, guys.
There's Coco Crisp. Starting around about right-handed for the first time. Well, I shouldn't say that. He actually batted right-handed against Dickey tonight, didn't he?
Yes, he did. That's right.
But batting left-handed in the 9th inning, he ripped a double down the right field line against K-Rod. Stole third and then scored the tying run with 2 out and 2 strikes in the 9th. Crisp with Hideki Matsui to follow. Well, as the crowd has thinned out somewhat, we had a great crowd here tonight, over 38,000. It's provided more space around the ballpark, and taking advantage of that is Kevin Burkhardt.
I'm not even sure where I'm looking, but hi, guys.
Oh, there you are. You look to your right.
Look to your right.
There we are.
Kev, a little more to your left. Left a little bit.
Go back the other way.
Right. Yeah, perfect.
Hi. Hi.
Hey, Keith, I was curious. A little sleepy. Keith, since you have nothing to do tomorrow, I was wondering if you want to go home and pack for me tonight. That would be terrific.
That's exactly what I want to do, is pack for you.
Got a little laundry?
I got my own laundry to worry about.
Crisp has a base hit. And he is of a 1-out base runner in the 11th. So Crisp, who is held in check his first 3 at bats, a double in the 9th, a base hit in the 11th. And the lead run is aboard with 1 out for Matsui. Actually, maybe you could make a stop at Kevin's house and then stop at my house and pack for me too.
But I'm way out east.
Yeah, but you got 3 weeks off.
I'm not going into Jersey. Are you kidding? Connecticut? You out of your mind?
You're such a me first guy, and I thought you were a team player.
I'm going back to I'm going home.
Here's Matsui, who's walked and struck out 3 times tonight. Burdock checks on Crisp, who's already stolen a base tonight, 22 for the year. Matsui 2 for 4 in his career against Burdock. Sure, Ronnie's all packed.
Ronnie's good to go. He already texted me.
Well, he'll be here tomorrow while you take. What are you doing?
I'm stretching. We've been sitting a long time.
Had a long night.
I'm stretching my calves here. If it's all right with you.
If you'd like to go in and play first base,
No, I can't play anymore. I'm done.
Matsui takes a strike.
Keithy, terrific news. I got the business card of a beekeeper down here in the first row. So we should be taken care of for the rest of the homestand. We're good.
Well, we learned what apophobia means tonight.
Yes. And another term we learned too was melissophobia, which is another term for fear of bees.
So is that where the name Melissa comes from?
I have no idea.
Sweet like the honey of a bee?
I don't know. I have no clue.
You didn't pick the name, I guess.
I didn't pick the name. I didn't like it at first. My wife liked it, ex-wife liked it, and I gave in. It wasn't that important to me. And I grow to like it though.
See, you were a team player then.
lot of good that did me.
You got kicked off the team. Another check in at first on Chris. Our intrepid stack man, Dave Freed, tells me that Melissa is the Greek word for honeybee.
Really?
So there you go.
Okay.
See, every once in a while, Dave comes up with a nugget. It's rare. But he hit one tonight. Burdick spending a lot of time on Chris. Why not? He's got 22 steals. Matsui stewing. Now on 2-1, Matsui takes high and tight, and it's 3-1. So Burdick painting himself into a tight spot. Got the right-hand hitter Connor Jackson on deck. Beato is ready in the bullpen, so this could be Burdick's last batter.
Might put in motion Crisp. I would run him.
3-1 to Matsui. Crisp runs, and it's inside ball 4, and the A's have 2 men on. So a single and a walk, and the A's have the table set. Connor Jackson coming up. Let's see if Terry makes a move. Wertz and Bailey up in the A's bullpen. Yeah, here comes Terry. He looks like he's going to make a double switch. So Beato will come in to face the right-hand batter Jackson. And the Mets will make another move as well. So the Mets try to protect a 2-2 tie in the 11th. Burdick will take his exit. Beato will come in. The call to the bullpen brought to you by Lincoln. Friday and left. Friday comes in to play left field. He'll bat 5th where the pitcher had been, and Pedro Beato will hit 4th with Jason Bay coming out.
Well, Beato, as you see against the right-handers, hitting 186 against him. It's been a bit of a struggle for him of late.
Although he looked much better in his last outing.
He
Sunday.
sure did. He got his sinker back, wasn't overthrowing.
Through 2 hitless innings against the Angels on Sunday. They'll come in here with 1st and 2nd and 1 out. 2-2 top of the 11th to face Connor Jackson, whose RBI hit sent the game to extra innings. He tied it up with 2 out and 2 strikes in the 9th. 2 for 4 on the night. You got Crisp, a very fast runner at second. Matsui, a slow runner at first with 1 out. So Beato with that sinker, we're looking to get Jackson to hit one on the ground so they can turn 2. Each team now with 7 hits. And Beato staring down crisp, time asked for and granted to Jackson. So that was no pitch. Alan Porter, the home plate umpire, granting time a little bit late. Tim Burnett faced 3 batters, retired only 1. Now Beato with a good-looking fastball to start off Jackson. Pedro, the Mets rookie Rule 5 pick out of the Orioles organization, got off to a tremendous start this year. Hit a speed bump after coming back from a brief stint on the disabled list with some arm discomfort. Down the left field side foul. 1-0-2. But just these last 2 outings, the crispness appears to be back in Beato's fastball.
Well, he's getting his movement back. That's most important. His fastball had straightened out, and he needs that ball to sink.
And he's relying more on that fastball. He's been doing a lot of breaking stuff, trying to fool hitters. But he can overpower people. And the fastball gets him looking. 94 miles an hour, and Jackson sits down 2 away.
Well, another fastball. This is inside corner, and it's a pitcher's pitch when you're behind the count. And he knows there's no sink. It was right over the top. And that's got the corner. Mr. Melvin's a moaner and groaner, isn't he?
So 2 out and 2 on. Now Ryan Sweeney, who's 1 for 4 tonight. The hit was a gift, a fly ball that Scott Harrison lost in the twilight back in the 2nd inning. 2 on and 2 out. And Sweeney watches one in the dirt. Oh, Polino's chest protector, 1-0.
Nice block by Polino.
There have been 11 called third strikes in this game, among the 24 strikeouts that have been registered.
What does that say about the intellect of the hitters?
Well, I'll tell you. What it tells you is that the A's as an organization have always been a group that's preached taking pitches, drawing walks and home runs. Now, they're not very good at it this year. In fact, they are last in home runs, and they're near the bottom of the American League in on-base percentage. But that's their philosophy. And if you're going to take a lot of pitches, you're going to take a lot of called third strikes. Beato with a nice grab. He comes in to get 2 big outs, and the Mets have come to bat at the bottom of the 11th with the game still tied at 2. Chicago Cub, comes on to pitch in the bottom of the 11th for Oakland.
23rd appearance for Wirtz. And it's what you see so much now. 22 appearances, 21 in the third innings. Everybody just going 1 inning at a time. Got to protect those arms.
Tomorrow afternoon, the final game of the series. Chris Capuano goes for the Mets, and rookie right-hander Graham Godfrey, who has stepped into the breach with all the injuries the A's have had in their rotation, will get the start for Oakland. 12:30 the coverage tomorrow on SNY, which is roughly 13 hours from now.
All right, who's going to blink?
Jason Pridey up for the first time, came out on the double switch in the top of the inning. Leads off against Wirtz, and takes a fastball for a strike. Pridey hitting at .241. His playing time has been greatly diminished since the return of Angel Pagan almost a month ago. Change up by Wirtz, and it's 0-2. Pridey did a nice job filling in center field while Angel was down with an oblique injury. Ronnie Polino on deck, and then Lucas Duda here in the bottom of the 11th. Each team with 2 runs and 7 hits. And Pridey down on 3 pitches. Wirtz strikes him out, and the strikeout parade continues. That's 12 of them now for Oakland pitching, 13 for Met pitching.
Pretty good slider right here. Good spot. Very good spot. Tough pitch.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Ronnie Polino, who's 2 for 3 in a sacrifice. Misses away for ball 1. Polino 0 for 3 in his career against Wirtz, who spent 5 years with the Cubs, and now in his 3rd year with Oakland. Breaking ball ripped to the left, a base hit. And so Ronnie Polino has his 3rd hit of the night. And the Mets have the potential winning run aboard with 1 out.
Oh, it's too bad he didn't lift that one. That was a hanging slider right there on a tee.
So now another chance for Duda, who came to bat in the 9th inning with a runner in scoring position and flied out. He drove in the first Met run with a base hit back in the 2nd, 1 for 3. And now finally gets to face a right-hander. And Duda takes it wide for ball 1.
Pitch differential by IOTV, and you can see that is a no-no. You deserve to get crushed right there with that one.
1-0 to Duda, and a fastball strike. Daniel Murphy has come out on deck. Murphy's going to bat for Ruben Tejada. Murphy and Tolley left on the Mets bench. Wirtz with a 1-1, and Duda swinging at the slider, missing 1-2.
Takes a 1-0 fastball and swings at a 1-1 slider. I just don't understand. Get ahead in the count and you get a fastball. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, that's the way the game has changed.
Now Wirtz ahead 1-2. Suzuki setting up inside, and Duda swung foul. Used Angel Pagan off the bench early. He stayed in the game in center field. Willie Harris pinch hit. Pridey coming into the double switch, leaving Tolley and Murphy available.
Murph's about to be used in the on-deck circle, provided that Duda doesn't get double play.
Here's the 1-2. Check swing, and it's off the corner, 2-2. By the way, you saw Marson and Jackson on that bench. Just ignore that.
Yeah.
Let's from some other games. It's getting late.
Yes, it is.
2-2 to Duda. Little tapper. Weeks coming in. It's the flip to get the force for the 2nd out. And with the slow-footed Polino running, Weeks knew exactly how much time he had to get that force play. Leaving Duda at first with 2 out. chance for Pennington to think about a double play, so he simply gets out of the way. And now Daniel Murphy will bat for Ruben Tejada. Murph getting the day off today because his bat has been cold. 0 for 4 last night, 3 for his last 29. And a chance to make up for a lot of that right here with a long hit. Doodad first and 2 out. And Murphy takes the breaking ball for a strike. Murphy is a pinch hitter this year, 4 for 16, including a pinch hit home run. Remember that one? That was a clutch home run in Washington earlier this year. That was the game Chin Woo Hoo drove in a run in the Mets comeback win. Off the plate, and it's 1-1. Angel Pagan hitting ninth, and the order is on deck. So as this game moves on, we'll probably see Murphy play third and Turner play second. Bottom of the 11th, tied at 2. And Murphy takes a strike. And now Wertz ahead 1-2. Arizona won tonight at Kansas City 3-2. So the Diamondbacks will retain the lead in the NL West. He and Kennedy now 8-2 with the win tonight. He's had a terrific year for the D-backs. Games are ending everywhere. You're right. And Murphy cracks one out of left field, and Matsui makes the dive and makes the catch.
Oh my goodness.
He was undecided about whether to dive. If he misses that ball, the game probably ends. But Matsui, who's been a revelation in left field, made the last-minute decision to come in and try to grab it, and grab it he did. Matsui doing things nobody expected him to do in this series. On to the 12th. Twelfth inning at Citi Field. Pedro Beanto got the final 2 outs in the 11th. Stays on for the 12th. Kurt Suzuki, first man, takes high for ball 1. Suzuki hit a home run off R.A. Dickey back in the 5th inning. That tied up the ball game at 1. Daniel Murphy stays in at third base after getting robbed of a hit by Matsui. Justin Turner moves over to second. And Suzuki pops one up. Polino watches it sail out of play. 1-1. Suzuki's home run tied the game in the 5th. The Mets took the lead in the bottom of the 8th. on an RBI single by Turner after Reyes tripled. But the A's were down to their final strike with Connor Jackson singled home a run off K-Rod in the ninth, and we've been tied at 2 ever since. Beato, the 5th Met pitcher of the night. And Suzuki chases a fastball out of the strike zone, 1-2. Dickey went 80, allowed a run on 3 hits, struck out 9, looked tremendous. K-Rod gave up that run in the 9th. Jason Isringhausen a scoreless 10th. Tim Burdack allowed a couple of base runners in the 11th, but Beato cleaned that up for him. Scott Sizemore on deck. And then the pitcher spot. And that goes to the backstop on strike 3. Polino retrieves, makes the toss in time to get Suzuki. Good reaction by Polino. It's such a short haul to the backstop from home plate, and that gave him the chance. And he made a good throw.
Well, good reaction by Polino. The ball gets by him, gets a true hop back. Nice underhand toss. Didn't hit the runner.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Scott Sizemore, who's gone 0 for 4 tonight, 0 for 8 in this series. Sizemore came over in a trade from Detroit in late May. And again, he swings at the first pitch, and he has his first base hit of the series. That's 3 straight at bats. He's put the first pitch in play. And the A's have their 8th hit, a 1-out single here in the 12th. And now we're going to get Adam Rosales as a pinch hitter. Rosales' first appearance in the series. So that'll leave Bob Melvin still with his backup catcher Landon Powell on the bench. He's also got Josh Willingham, but Willingham has an Achilles injury and probably is not available. Rosales, former Cincinnati Red, in his 2nd year with Oakland, and he swings and misses. Rosales came up with Cincinnati in 08. Traded to Oakland on the deal for Aaron Miles. Brett Ziegler, the right-hander, up in the A's bullpen now. You have to figure, though, if they get a lead, they would get Andrew Bailey up there closer. Oh, and 1 to Rosales, and he throws the fastball by him. And it's 0-2. Beato looking very strong.
Throwing strikes and got the good movement, and predominantly throwing a sinker.
Now he's ahead on Rosales, 0-2 with Jamil Weeks on deck. And he takes care of him on 3 pitches. No match there. So Beato's faced 5 hitters and struck out 3 of them. Met pitchers now have 14 strikeouts, make it 15 strikeouts for the night. That's a season high for Met pitching. And here is Jamil Weeks, who's been responsible for 3 of those strikeouts. He's 0 for 5 in this game, 3 strikeouts and 2 ground balls. Sizemore at first, not a stolen base threat. And Weeks takes a fastball for a strike. So Beato just pumping in the strikes with the fastball. And this was what Beato was called upon to do. Carlos Beltran said to him, hey, you got a great fastball, throw it. And he has been following instructions. Here's the breaking ball, low and in, 1-1. Cliff Pennington would be next. Well, there are strikeouts scattered everywhere on the scorecard. Every position player for the A's tonight has struck out at least once. Almost got him. Sizemore. There's too much dirt under his belly that time going back.
He's okay.
"16 pitches, 13 strikes for Beato. Up and away to Weeks, 2-1. Jamil Weeks out of the University of Miami, #1 pick by the A's in 08. He's been up in the big leagues for a little over 2 weeks. Might have gotten here earlier, but he had all sorts of injury problems in the minors. Hip and leg problems, including this year he had a hamstring injury that set him back. but he's been an exciting addition to an Oakland team that needed some offensive spark.
This is what happens when you have a big ballpark like City and the two teams with no power.
Oakland has a ballpark that doesn't yield a whole lot of home runs either.
That's a big park, always has been. It's a lot bigger back in the days of the swinging A's.
Good about the Reggie Jack.
No.
Sal Bando.
Well, Sal hit 20. Well, you had Rick Monday hit around 18.
Well,
Rudy was a line drive hitter. He was not a home run hitter.
Gene Tennis.
Gino can hit the bomb.
Mike Epstein.
Yeah, Big Mike. Angel Manuel.
No, not a lot of home runs. Herb Washington either. 2-2, and Weeks that one away.
Dick Green. Definitely not.
Do you remember when I think it was when Dick Williams was managing the A's and he had the rotating second baseman? He pinch hit for his second baseman every time he came up.
I forget that.
Like 4 guys, and he didn't trust any of them to swing the bat, so he just pinch hit 4 times for his second baseman.
He didn't. Dick Williams didn't like you. He was a little surly guy.
He was a winner, though.
Yes, he was.
Oh, and Beato goosing that ball over to first base.
Dick Williams finally got in the Hall of Fame. I think rightly so.
You go all the way back to the job he did with the '67 Red Sox, the impossible dream team. And he was a very young manager then. Two and two now to Weeks. And he pulls one, and Duda knocks it down and makes the play. Wow. Side retired. That ball gets by him. That's an extra base hit. And the A's might have had the lead, but now we go to the bottom of the 12th, and Jose Reyes will get to turn it back with the Mets looking for their first walk-off win of the year. 2-2 at Citi Field. For the A's.
Well, we talked about this A's pitching staff and their bullpen and their starters who have been decimated, but this pitching is #1 in the American League in ERA, and this is one of the reasons right here. ERA below 2 for this mound.
Ziegler got off to an amazing start this year. Didn't allow a run in his first 16 appearances. He's been a little iffier late. Angel Pagan leading off in the bottom of the 12th, and he bounces one for Weeks to field on the backhand. 1 out. So Pagan 0 for 3 after coming off the bench. 1 out, and now Reyes, who's 1 for 5 on the night, tripled and scored a run in the 8th inning. And Reyes takes lone away for ball 1. Mets are facing Brad Ziegler for the first time. He was originally signed by the Phillies, and they released him. He pitched an independent ball before the A's discovered him, converted him to a submariner, and he has had 3 terrific years for Oakland. Now 31 years old. Reyes chops one toward the middle of the diamond, and that's a base hit. Takes a wide turn. But Crisp gets it in quickly, and Reyes holds with a 1-out single. So Reyes has his second hit of the night, and he's aboard as the potential winning run with Justin Turner coming up. Well, Turner drove home Reyes with the go-ahead run in the 8th. And with the submariner on the mound, we'll see if Reyes can get any kind of read to try and swipe a base.
Well, the submariner is going to guy who's going to throw a sinker, get the ball down. It's going to be a difficult pitch for a catcher to throw. Either Reyes steals early in the count, or you put a hit and run on.
Reyes with 26 steals, second in the National League. And Ziegler, you know, is going to pay close attention to him. Three stolen bases in 5 tries against Ziegler this year. And Turner takes the pitch low. Ball 1. 1 out and 1 on. Bottom of the 12th. Mets 2, A's 2. Mets have lost 4 of their last 5. And trying to pull one out in their final at bat. Beltran on deck, and the pitcher's spot behind him, so that's going to inform the strategy in this inning. You know, if Reyes can steal a base and they get turnaround, then you know they'll walk Beltran.
Of course.
Bobby Parnell for a potential 13th inning up in the bullpen. Turner, a little chopper. Off the mound is Ziegler, and makes the toss for the second out, and that moves Reyes to second. So now the potential winning run in scoring position, and now you have to be certain that they'll walk Beltran. Josh Thole, the last man left on the Mets bench, would pinch hit for the pitcher, who's behind Beltran in the 4th spot in the batting order.
Well, that's the move. There's no question about it.
But they are not going to give him an intentional walk. Wow. They're going to at least go through the motions of pitching to Beltran.
Wow.
That's really hard to believe. Carlos 0 for 4 and a walk tonight. And they work him away for ball 1. Thole on deck. You'd think that if nothing else, now they'll give him the intentional walk. They threw him one pitch. You know, it's a very different game in the American League, and you've got Bob Melvin, of course, managed in the National League for the Diamondbacks. But, you know, you go from playing that static designated hitter game where all of a sudden there's a lot more strategy in this National League game.
Yep, that's the beauty of baseball, and we've talked ad nauseum. You and I are both concur on our opinion of the DH.
It just takes so much of the fun out of the game. So now Josh Thole will bat for Pedro Beato, looking to end this game. Last man on Terry Collins' bench. Bob Melvin heads out to the mound with a scouting report, and he'll group his infield around. Now you have Reyes at second and Beltran at first, so there's always the possibility the Mets could pull off a double steal here, although I don't know what you have to gain from that.
Well, this is a good matchup for Thole right here. I would not double steal because you got speed. A base hit's going to score a run.
Behind Thole is Jason Pridey, who's in the number 5 spot in the order.
You've got a sinker ball pitcher that's going to throw the sinker ball away to Tolle and down, and that's Tolle's. It's a good matchup for Tolle, and he can pepper that ball right in between short and third.
Josh is hitting .239. He came off the bench yesterday and got a couple of at-bats, went 0 for 2. 2 on and 2 out. And Tolle takes the slow curve in for a strike.
Little slurve.
Reyes representing the winning run at second. Beltran at first with 2 out, bottom of the 12th. Going away, 1-1. Brad Ziegler, the 6th Oakland pitcher of the night. This game began as a pitcher's duel between R.A. Dickey and Gio Gonzalez. They were both great. One to Tolle. And Josh ignores outside, 2-1.
Well, that's where he's going to run that sinker.
Well, Josh likes to hit the ball that way.
Yep, it's a good matchup, as I said. I'm repeating myself here.
No, keep repeating yourself. You got good words. Stick with it. 2-1 from Ziegler coming. And it's outside, ball 3. A walk would fill the bases and bring up Jason Friday, who has batted once in this game and struck out in the 11th inning. Now on 3-1, Tolle takes outside, ball 4, and now the bases are loaded. So 2 walks in the inning, 1 intentional, 1 unintentional. Now the winning run 90 feet away, and Jason Friday will try and get it home. Friday struck out on 3 pitches against Michael Wirtz in the 11th. Now facing the Submariner Ziegler in the 12th. Reyes ready to take off on a ball in the dirt, and he tries to draw the balk. He thought he did, but Ziegler did not balk. He simply stepped off. And it's on the outside corner at the knees. A generous strike from Alan Porter. I think it was.
Boy, that could have gone the other way.
Friday dribbles one foul, and now Ziegler ahead 0-2. Ronnie Polino has no chance to bat in this inning. There's no reason to be on deck. 0-2. Breaking ball just missed. He tried to backdoor him. Ball 2 strikes.
Oh boy, Melvin, he is a griper, old catcher. That's an old catcher for you.
Like Bobby Cox. Reyes again faking down the line. Ziegler ignoring him. 1-2 to Friday. Pulled foul. A small but vocal group remaining from a crowd of better than 38,000 tonight. Game delayed by rain at the start. Approaching midnight. And a time call. It's funny if Ziegler did balk here. That's just lost a game in a balk last week. In extra innings. Now the 1-2. Friday chops one to the left side. Sizemore makes the play to first, and we are going to the 13th inning at Citi Field. So the Mets load him up in the 12th, but Ziegler gets out of it. On to the 13th, tied at 2. 13th inning for New York. Parnell's had a few days off, as has had a lot of Met relievers coming into this game. He hasn't pitched since Friday night against the Angels when he gave up a run on 2 hits in 2 innings. Actually, he pitched last night, my mistake. Worked the 9th inning, gave up no runs and 2 hits. Cliff Pennington leads off in the 13th. He's gone 0 for 5 tonight with 3 strikeouts. Met pitchers have struck out 15 Oakland batters. Just for reference, the Mets club record for most strikeouts in an extra inning game is 20. They did that in Chicago in 1999. And a fastball strike to Pennington, 1-1. So the Mets have now used 6 pitchers tonight. Dickey for 8. K-Rod blew the save in the 9th. Isringhausen pitched the 10th. Verdak and Beato combined in the 11th. Beato pitched the 12th as well. And now Parnell in the 13th.
You won't believe what happened just to me right now.
What's that?
I was late getting back in the booth.
Right.
I had to step out for a moment.
Right.
I guess at whatever time it was, the doors automatically locked. I got locked out of the booth.
Is that right?
Had to kick the door, and Russ heard me back there. Let me in.
Lifted to center field by Pennington, and Pagan standing right there waiting. 1 out of the top of the 13th. You know, we've seen a lot of bizarre things tonight. We had the rain delay that started with the tarp on the field when it wasn't raining. We had the bee in your bonnet, which caused quite a ruckus.
Right.
And now we've had you locked out.
Locked out, and thank goodness Russ heard me.
This isn't even the NFL. You shouldn't be locked out.
It's almost midnight.
11:59. Blondie said it's 11:59 and I'm trying to stay alive. Here's Coco Crisp with 1 out, and he lines one right to the second baseman. Turner has it 2 out. So 2 quick outs for Bobby Parnell in the top of the 13th, and now Hideki Matsui, who has yet to put a ball in play tonight. 3 strikeouts and 2 walks. It's midnight.
There it is.
So happy Thursday, everybody. The Mets and A's get together at 1:10 this afternoon for the final game of this series. We might play straight through. Matsui takes a fastball for a strike. Remember that game the Mets played in 06 against the Phillies? They played 16 innings and they had a day game the next day. Beltran hit that home run off Madsen.
Vaguely.
Oh, yeah. It seemed like a dream at the time, I know. 1-1 to Matsui. And a 98-mile-an-hour heater right by him. 1-2.
Where have all the hitters gone? Long time ago. Gone to taking fastballs, every one.
When will they ever learn? 1-2 from Parnell, way outside. Well, they're already in the bottom of the 6th in San Francisco. Giants lead the Twins 2-0 behind Ryan Vogelsaw, who's given up only 1 hit in 6 innings there. I think that's the only other game left going. Now the 2-2. Matsui hits one foul. At this time of night, with only the diehards left, there should be a souvenir foul ball for just about everybody.
Well, your chances are certainly there, increase. I also went back and checked in the kitchen.
Anything left?
And they're all gone, and they locked up.
Great. Figured at least they'd leave us some breakfast. Two to Matsui, and he got him swinging. The 16th strikeout for Met pitchers tonight. Parnell with a 1-2-3 inning. Now Polino, Duda, and Murphy up in the bottom of the 13th. Mets and A's tied at 2. the 9 Met hits tonight. He leads off the bottom of the 13th in a tie game against Brad Ziegler, and hits the first pitch off his leg, a foul ball. Mets loaded the bases against Ziegler in the 12th, but could not push a run across. Now Polino, Duda, and Murphy due up in the bottom of the 13th. Polino 3 hits and 4 at bats. He also has a sacrifice tonight. And he lays off the breaking ball, and it's 1-1.
Someone have a long ball on him. This would be a tough man to hit a home run off of, a sinker baller.
Especially a right-hand batter against that submarine delivery.
Yep.
Polino has hit 1 home run this year. Now the 1-2. And that's slurved in there for a call, strike 3. Polino didn't think so. But Ziegler got the call. 1 out here in the bottom of the 13th.
Well, it's a borderline pitch, and one thing's for certain: Alan Foster has been a low ball umpire all night. He's missed called a couple of them low, but he's been there enough to know that he's a low ball hitter, umpire, excuse me. And he gives the borderline pitches to the pitcher. He's a pitcher's umpire.
Here's Duda, who drove in the first Met run with a base hit back in the second. He's 1 for 4. Hit sharply up the middle, base hit. So Duda's aboard. His second hit of the night. And the Mets have the potential winning run aboard yet again. They've had base runners in every extra inning. And now Daniel Murphy will come up for the second time. He was robbed of a base hit. With 2 out of the 11th, he had a line drive to left to Hideki Matsui, unsure at the last moment. Reached down and made a shoestring catch. Fortunate for him, because if it had gotten behind him, the Mets might have won the game right there. So Murphy gets his second turn at bat.
Needs to split the gap out in left center field on a sinker away.
Duda at first with 1 out. And Murphy takes it wide for ball 1. Angel Pagan, who's in the 9th spot in the order, is on deck. Mets have used all their bench players. Pitcher's spot doesn't come up for 6 more turns. So they got plenty of leeway here. And Murphy chops one foul. Chip Hale with a nice grab in the third base coaching box. Chip staying on the alert for 13 innings, waiting for somebody to wave home. Mets have had 10 hits tonight. They could really use a long hit. They've had 2 extra base hits tonight. Hairston doubled in the second. Reyes tripled in the 8th, and they both scored. The only 2 runs the Mets have tonight. And that's wide to Murphy, 2-1. What do you find to eat that you're chewing?
I got gum.
Oh.
Try anything right now.
Don't swallow it, okay?
I won't.
Okay. Think Shake Shack's still open? How about Keith's Grill? Here's the 2-1. Murphy reaching for a pitch off the plate. Oh, he'd love to have that one back. Now it's 2-2.
I have not seen Daniel swing the bat so indecisively ever.
Right now he's got 3 hits in his last 30 at bats after a very long hot streak. There's a 3-4 week period there where he had the highest batting average in the National League. Not right now. Suzuki moves outside, and Murphy goes the other way, and he's got a base hit. Duda pulls in at second. So Murphy, after chasing a pitch off the plate, got one on the plate, and now he pushes that potential winning run to second.
Well, there's the submarine right there, delivery, and your approach has got to be just what Daniel did here. He's going to live on that outside corner, and you take it there. Very nicely done.
Now Pagan with 2 on and 1 out. His 4th at bat. And he takes a strike. Pagan came in as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. He's flied out, struck out, and grounded out 0 for 3. Jose Reyes on deck. That's now of 11 hits. They need one more. Pagan slaps one, just foul. 0-2. Duda at second. Murphy at first. One out. Bottom of the 13th. Ziegler ahead 0-2, and Pagan lifts one out to left. Matsui is there, and that's the second out. So it's left to Reyes. And in whose hands would you rather have the game?
Jose 2 hits tonight.
He tripled and scored in the 8th. And then he singled his last time up in the 12th. Bob Melvin out to the mound. Well, you got Reyes, the switch hitter at the plate. You got the right-hand hitting Turner on deck, and you got a base open. That base is third base. So the question is, how do you play it?
It doesn't matter one way or the other. That's a go-ahead run.
Would you intentionally walk him, or get him to try and get him to chase a bad pitch? Something Reyes has not been doing a lot of this year.
You start telling a pitcher to go out there and nibble, and he'll make a fat pitch. You know, I'd just be inclined to. I have a feeling if it goes 2-0, they're going to walk him.
Duda and Murphy, the base runners. 2 out, 2 on. 2-2 game, bottom of the 13th. And Reyes takes inside for ball 1. Jose 2 for 6 tonight. His 36th multiple hit game of the season. 1-0 from Ziegler, and Reyes takes it off the plate. Now it's 2-0.
They're not going to pitch to him.
Suzuki looks in the dugout. Melvin does not put up 4 fingers, so they'll throw him another pitch. Turner on deck. Looks like he's going to get a chance to be the hero. 3-0 now to Reyes. So they have no intention of throwing him a strike. And now they'll give him intentional ball 4. So with third base open, this is where Reyes is right now, especially with a right-handed submariner on the mound. They're going to walk him intentionally to push the winning run to third. Second intentional walk issued in the last 2 innings. They walked Beltran intentionally in the 12th and got out of it. Now they walk Reyes intentionally in the 13th. And again, the Mets have the bases loaded and 2 out. This time it's Turner, who drove home a run with a base hit in the 8th that at the time gave the Mets a 2-1 lead. Now looking for the base hit that can end the night.
You see the defense shaded in the outfield to the opposite field, and rightly so.
Duda the winning run at third with 2 out. And Turner gets hit by the pitch, and the Mets win the game. A walk-off hit by pitch, and the Mets win it in 13 innings, 3-2. Turner, who's found every way to drive in runs this year, finds a new way. Takes one for the team, and the Mets win it.
Well, I'd like to see that again. Did Turner try to get out of the way? Did he lean in? Could the umpire had said he didn't try to get out of the way of the ball, but either way you look at it, it's moot. This Fuego is over.
Well, they walk Reyes intentionally to load the bases, and when you load the bases, something bad can happen, and it did for the A's. The Mets with their first walk-off victory of the season. They lost a walk-off game on a balk last week. This week they win one on a hit by pitch. A long night of baseball comes to a happy end for the Mets as they even this series at a game apiece. R.A. Dickey pitched valiantly, winds up with a no decision, and the Mets win it on this.
Did he try to get out of the way of the ball? No, you can't call that. Nope, he did not try to get hit. That is a hit by pitch. It's a slider that didn't slide. That's called Archie Bell and the Drells right there.
As long as you're turning away from the ball, they can't call it.
Correct.
Although there was a game earlier this week where, you know, a hitter was not granted a hit by pitch in a very similar kind of a play. But the Mets get that call and they win the ball game. A 4-hour game, 13 innings. Bad news for Ike Davis today, but good news for the Mets as they grab this one. As you check out your Kia game summary, 3-2 in 13 innings. Bobby Parnell winds up with the win. K-Rod a blown save in the ninth on the Connor Jackson hit, but the Mets survived despite leaving 15 runners on base to win it 3-2. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by the Volkswagen Going Gone event. Great deals are here, but not for long. Visit VWDealer.com. By IOTV, get the best in HD free with IOTV. By the Jeep brand, now celebrating 70 years of legendary heritage. By AT&T, rethink possible. By Chrysler. By BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And by Budweiser, great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Mets win it on a walk-off hit by pitch. Justin Turner, who else, drives in the game-winning run. He had 2 RBIs on the night, and the Mets win 3-2. In just a few hours, Mets and A's will play the rubber game of this series. 12:30 the coverage on SNY. Chris Capuano against Graham Godfrey. Long night of baseball here at Citi Field ends pleasantly for the Mets. Now for Keith Hernandez, Kevin Burkhardt, and our entire SNY crew. I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for Lincoln postgame live. Let's join Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda in the studio. Guys.